Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Tuesday, December 9th, and I'm in the mood to play Half-Life 2, Episode 1. Why Episode 1, you ask? Well, let me say, a year ago, Half-Life 2 came out with brand new developer commentary. Of the other, most Valve games since Half-Life 2 have had dev commentary from the start, but it was just brand new added a year ago to the original Half-Life 2 original game. So, a year ago, did a playthrough of that with the dev commentary on, and it was quite fun, quite good, quite interesting, and, you know, good to do. It had been a while since I played Half-Life 2, and, well, suffice it to say, it's been a while since I played Half-Life 2 Episode 1 as well. And, you know, I since that playthrough, I've wanted to do the episodes. And, that's one of the reasons why we're doing it. Now, tonight, a year later, another reason is there's all sorts of rumors to say that Half-Life 3? Episode 3? Episode 2, Half-Life 2 Episode 3 might be coming. So that's really cool and good. And if that happens next year, I would love to be ready for it, having recently replayed all the content that has been available thus far. And, yeah, I'll say my current plan, like if you look at the old calendar, which I can show right now. Did I update the calendar? I don't have my mouse, 1 second. As you can see on the calendar, which of course does have the X's, over the days that have expired. Good. I can't move around my chat while, and the calendar is behind the chat without my mouse. You see, if that makes sense. Don't worry about it. Anyway, as you can see if you look closely at the calendar, like if you look at next Tuesday, I do have it written there, Episode 2, because I do think you can do these episodes in one session. The developer commentary probably will add a bit to, like, the how long to beat. Like, if you go look, it says around 4 hours for Episode 1, and around 5 or 6 for Episode 2. Maybe add a bit. We'll see. Depending on, like, how long tonight goes, and like, if we finish, you know, next week's plan might have to change accordingly. I'm not 100% sure on that yet. Maybe it would be a good idea to just punt on Half-Life 2 Episode 2, and maybe also focus on Splitgate, which is coming out like the day after. I'm doing it on Thursday now is the plan, but I could just have that be next week's midweek stream. We don't need necessarily 2 midweek streams, but we'll stick on it before Friday and have a decision by then, perhaps even a modified calendar. I'll say, if Half-Life 2 Episode 2 gets punted, it'll get punted to next month, probably like on some day I have off. Isn't President's Day or something next month? I think I have that day off in January, so maybe we'll do it then. Or I could do it instead of Thousand Year Door randomizer, or Link to the Past randomizer. Give me time to think about that as well. I'll have to think about that. If calendar will be adjusted, etc. I do want to play Link to the... Thing about that is I want to play Link to the Past randomizer so I can get ready to do Link to the Past plus Super Metroid randomizer in February. So need to get that in my I need to do that before February, but it can be delayed. I just want to play Paper Mario DTYD randomizer because I'm in the mood. I'm always in the mood for Paper Mario randomizer. TTYD or original. Always in the mood. Always in the mood. Anyway, that's why we're doing this. That's when we're doing this. That's how it's going to go. Let me just say, for those who need a recap as far as, like, what happened in the previous, By the way, I am playing on my Xbox 360 copy of the Orange Box through the backwards compatibility layer. In the last Half-Life, last we left Gordon Freeman. He went out to the countryside for a bit to hang out with his friends at Black Mesa East, the rebels, in a dystopian, future apocalyptic alien invasion world. And, then he had to go back to break someone out of jail. And then they went back to the City 17, where it all started, where the game starts. And they did an all-out war to get to the Citadel, great big structure in the middle. And at the end, he sort of destroyed it. After a lot of huss and fuss. A lot of huff and fuss. A lot of business there. He destroyed it, and now it's dead, presumably. A weird man called the G-Man appeared and took him out of time, presumably to not be seen until Half-Life 3. However, we'll see what happens at the start of Half-Life 2 Episode 1. Stuff will change as far as that goes. You can kind of see that if you just look at this and know what's what. You know, you can see that's Alex Vance there. There's the Citadel that's just been destroyed. This is a direct follow-up to Half-Life 2. And, you know, sort of follows on from the moments right after the Citadel got all fucked up. Oh, does that answer any questions? By the way, I'll say, you might be concerned if I pull this up and we see that you cannot play the developer commentary without beating the game. But 1, 2, 3, 4 LB, 1, 2, 3, 4 RB. You do a special secret combination that you can find on GameFAQs, and everything opens up. So we're good. You don't have to worry. I'm just going to hit the button, and we're going to start. You're going to hear some commentary. Again, we're doing this with the dev commentary, which is dev commentary tracks made at the time by the team, sort of explaining like the design of this, the playtesting that they did, various ins and outs, minutia. It's neat. If you never did the commentary, if you never played the game, it's very enlightening. And I'll say I think that Half-Life 2, Valve's commentary tracks were just some of the most interesting, inspiring, like, pieces of material that, like, I could have as a youth as far as, like, game design goes and, like, insights into that, into how people play, that sort of thing. You know, back then, Game Maker's Toolkit did not exist, and there wasn't, like, a whole big scene of video essays sort of explaining the thought process behind games, various design elements. Like, none of that existed at that time. So these commentary tracks were the best you could do, and I'll say I'd rather go through these than, say, the commentary of your average movie, I think. I just think it's more interesting to hear all the iteration and all the thought process and how these elements all came together. You'll see, it's good. I think that's enough introduction. I think we are all fully introduced. I think we are ready to go. Let's go ahead and start the game. You can... That dialogue thing just explained what I just said. Don't worry about it. I am positioned just
Welcome
so...
to Half-Life 2, Episode 1.
Listen to the man.
We received a great deal of positive feedback on the commentary track in The Lost Coast, and so we've included the same feature in this episode. To listen to a commentary node, put your crosshair over the floating commentary symbol and press your Use key. To stop a commentary node, put your crosshair over the rotating node and press the Use key again. Some commentary nodes may take control of the game in order to show something to you. In these cases, simply press your Use key again to stop the commentary. With episodic content, we're hoping to release games much more frequently than has been possible with the monolithic development schedules of the past.
Didn't work
developers
out.
and game customers have been wanting to try this for years.
Nope, didn't work.
Please let me know what you think after you've had a chance to play this, our latest installment in the ongoing adventures of Gordon Freeman.
That's very funny in retrospect.
At valvesoftware.com. Thanks, and have fun.
That's very funny 20 years later. Obviously, they did a episode 1 and episode 2, and then nothing more for a while. I don't know if it was a problem with the development process or the games, but like, here's my big thoughts. My big memory of this.
Refractonator from Half-Life 2 to make the Vortigaunts warp into the intro.
It was going right into it.
The major difference is that this time we are only refracting pixels that come from the Vortigaunts themselves. We placed a large sheet of refractive geometry in front of each Vortigaunt to achieve this effect.
Nice.
This intro sequence establishes
Jesus, guys.
Initial pieces of Episode 1's story and setting. Our earlier versions of the intro sequence were heavy on graphic effects and relatively light on storytelling. When we showed those early versions to playtesters,
does look cool.
They thought it was cool, but rarely had any idea what was supposed to be happening. We went through several iterations, each time simplifying the editing and tightening up the effects. We eventually arrived at a good middle ground between the sort of psychedelic look we were shooting for and basic comprehension of what was actually taking place.
So the Vortigaunts have screened out the G-Man. The G-Man has been stopped by the Vortigaunts. That's what's going on. That's what's happening. Can I explain my memory of this game, or is there more commentary to be had? There's definitely some cutscenes and stuff. I say cutscenes, some dialogue, some scenes. We'll try to play the commentary around cutscenes and around dialogue stuff when no one's talking.
Oh my god.
Look at all these nodes.
I was so worried.
Look at all these nodes right here. Hello.
Hey, the gravity gun. Give it to him, dog.
Yeah, give me the gravity gun. I love it. It's not powered up anymore. At the end of the last game, it was powered up. But it's still pretty cool.
Go get the monitor set up so we can check in with my dad. He must be worried sick about us. He was so sure I wouldn't find you here.
Let's see now. I tried this out real fast with a, did a little test here, and I noticed that the controls are funky compared to what they would be in a modern game. I think I want to, like, remap some stuff. Let's put jump. I'm gonna put jump on Y, like Oblivion or something. I'm gonna put use on A. I feel like that makes sense. I want duck on B. I want to put duck on B, and then flashlight. Flashlight. You think sprint? I don't think sprint's a toggle. I think it's a hold. So probably want it on a bumper, on a button, not on the stick. I feel like some of these options might be more refined in the more modern. They probably updated the PC version, right? Oh wait, sticky sprint. Okay, and then I can make let's make sprint this and make flashlights LB, I guess, and that A. And gravity can be RB. That's good. Okay. I think I like those. I'll say, while we're paused, my basic memory of episode 1 and 2, which is to say, I think they're very cool expansions of Half-Life 2, but they don't really feel like compact, if you get my drift. Like, when I think of this era and games getting shorter, getting punchier, I think of basically first-person shooters around this time that were able to fit in, like, a Half-Life 2 level of variety into a campaign a third of the length. You know, like your Call of Duties, your Titanfall 2s, games of that nature. Whereas, like, Half-Life 2 Episode 1 and Episode 2 both feel like have the same pacing of Half-Life 2, despite being much shorter games, and as a result, they basically each have, like, I guess this one does have 5 chapters to it, but I'm not sure it's really that much like 5 chapters. Maybe it's more like into the Citadel, into the garages of the Citadel. Is the beehive thing this game, this episode? End? Feel like there's like 3 things that happen basically in this, and I do think, like, with our modern understanding of like how a shorter campaign can be, I do feel like a Half-Life 2 but like expedited to a 6-hour length would be really cool. This is more like a third of Half-Life 2, and also because it's meant to be part of an episodic thing, doesn't really, the ending, I don't remember it having one. It sort of just goes naturally into episode 2, which also has a cliffhanger that they never really, delivered on. So, yeah, that's my thoughts going in. There's where I stand. Let's resume and
Coming apart.
listen to what Alex is saying.
Still don't know how we got out of there. The last thing I remember is brain falling. Huge explosion, and then I heard vortigons. Next thing I knew, Dog was digging me out of the rubble. Oh, it's
The audio,
so
by the way, I
strange.
believe it's positional. So, like, the closer to Alex I am, the louder it'll be.
It's my dad. We've been trying.
Hopefully, the audio level is good. Oh, hang on. I can turn on the captions. We'll turn on subtitles for the folks. I probably should always do that, but I don't usually. Probably a good idea, just in case I'm talking, saying things. Okay, they're gonna wait for me to use all these things, right?
Dodge, so we made sure that he was the first thing you see when you wake up in episode 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna play my preference, which is I just want to hear. I just want to listen. No captions.
We also want to.
This is too big of a block of text on the screen.
It's one of the few instances in the game when we take control of the player's view. This allows
There's
us to
our
ensure
rubble.
the player's view lingered briefly on the Citadel before Dog set them down.
Gotta look at it. Know that it's good. Rather, know that it's bad. Very important to understanding plot.
Since we never take control away from the players, it can be a real pain to get them to notice important environmental events. It's a constant design challenge for us. The Citadel will be erupting at...
You know what, I'm gonna... I did go use X to do the thing. I'll put that on X, and that can... That's weird. Sure, whatever. Make it B, and then duck can be... We'll just go with the defaults. I'll not screw around with that.
a massive light show that took 10
I don't
us
think
2
I did
months to orchestrate.
last year.
And if we're not careful, the player will end up facing the other direction staring at a tire. In this case, to establish that the Citadel is coming apart at the seams, we wanted the player to notice the debris falling off of it. We used a pretty straightforward method here. Alex explicitly mentions the Citadel while pointing at it. Like most of these solutions, it's not foolproof, but it has a high success rate.
Yeah, I didn't. I was talking to the stream while she was saying that. I did not notice her do that.
Is supposed to be a building of unprecedented scale. So out of scale with the rest of the world, in fact, that we couldn't render it without our 3D skybox technology. This technology allows us to build the Citadel as a
Very big
scale model off in an unreachable corner of the map, and seamlessly merge it into the scene. We also use this technology to create the illusion of vast spaces and distant horizons.
I feel like you could render a tower this big in modern day, but maybe still it's kind of annoying to do. I bet it's annoying working with different scales in games. I don't know.
This area was redesigned several times in order to keep the player in this space while Alex delivers some exposition. As much as we hated to do it, the final solution was to have Alex climb out while the player looks for an alternate route. We portray Alex as more
Wait,
athletic and nimble than Gordon, so
Oh.
players shouldn't get too
Yeah, I
irritated
can't-
by
I
the
can't
fact
do
that
that.
she can get to places they can't. Honestly, we're not especially happy with this crutch, but it's a trade-off we sometimes have to make so that we can get Alex out of the way of interesting player challenges.
No, I think it's a thing that makes sense. One, and two, it's a good way of reminding the player that that they have the gravity gun and how to use it. Pulling things using its physics objects can be pulled using it. Hello, dog. How you doing? What's up? Oh, look at all these nodes.
Alex, come in. Hold on a sec. There's so much interference. Hey, dog, give me
Wow,
a
360
hand.
games look good, huh?
Okay. Little to the
That how it
right.
works?
There we go. Hold it there. We
Wow.
got it. Dad.
Alex, where are you?
Good technology in dog.
Out of the city.
Well, not quite yet.
What?
But listen, Dad, we found him.
You found Gordon?
Yeah, I'm here.
But listen, you two have to get out of the city. The citadel could blow at any moment. There's no...
Can we get more audio on the game audio music volume? Can we get more on like the dialogue? No, okay. I don't think we need more sound effect, but I would like to hear characters a little better without necessarily just like going, "Oh yeah, Alex, how you doing?" Let me get right up close.
Kleiner, stop!
It's really bad out here. That's like worse than nuclear. This is like Chernobyl times 16.
Actually, we're still at the Citadel.
What? Oh dear.
You don't want to be there.
The core is exceedingly close to collapse. Why, there's no way to get far enough without first... Well, nothing short of a direct intervention in the core could possibly retard the reaction.
You mean going in?
Into the core, yes. But it's far too dangerous to consider. The chamber will be bathed in radiation.
This part to me, I am wearing the hazard suit.
It's possible we could...
Alex, no!
But
That's
Dad,
the armor in this game, is that I have a like nuclear nuclear
It would help us if
radiation protection suit on.
Dad?
It's like heavy duty.
Alex, okay. Okay, just promise me.
Better than any armor.
Promise me that you won't take a single unnecessary
Rechargeable.
risk.
I promise. I love you.
I love you too, baby. I'll be praying for you.
Don't worry.
Just thinking about all the risk I'm going to take. I'm going to take some risk. I don't know. Probably. So no optional collectibles. Got it. If I see a missile tank, I'm going to go the other way.
From somewhere along
No optional risk. Not that there'd be missile tanks in the Citadel. I think this part is cool. Sort of makes the Citadel into a more proper traditional level. Though, unlike with the first game, with the first installment, with Half-Life 2, you don't go in with an overpowered gravity gun. It's more of a regular-ass power gravity gun that you go into with. And you have to, like, make do. Hang on, I'm gonna listen to some
Sometimes we need to
notes.
keep the player in an area so that we can deliver some critical dialogue or run an important sequence of events.
These are all
In
nice
these
and
cases,
quick.
we temporarily block the player's path using what we call a gate.
Yep.
These gates generally take the form of some obstacle that can only be removed or opened by some character or event. In this case, the obstacle is a crashed gunship that can only be moved out of the way by dog. Though the final scene looks pretty straightforward, a lot of care had to be taken to make sure that dog hit his marks
And you
and
jump
played his
far,
sequences
jump
without
fast.
trampling and damaging the player.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Monitor scenes are especially difficult to make interesting, since they tend to involve literally just talking heads. By interweaving critical expository information, like how dangerous the Citadel has become, with some dramatic character interactions between Alex, Eli, and Dr. Kleiner, we were able to convert a potential liability into one of the strongest scenes in the game. A great way to illustrate characters' relationships to each other is to have one of the characters in danger and show the other's reactions to it, which is what this scene is all about.
That's a good tip for anyone writing.
When we designed the Half-Life 2 facial system back in 2000, our goal was to get a natural-looking performance.
Long time ago,
modern
jeez.
pixels. Given our real-time polygon and texture budgets, we chose fairly reserved or constrained performances over ever having the actors' faces get into a bad-looking or unnatural expression.
Mike.
For Episode 1, we wanted to extend the character's facial system to support more intense performances with a wider range of facial expressions that would hold up better at close range. These facial improvements included increasing the detail around the eyes and mouth, increasing the number of facial shape targets, think of these as movements of muscle groups, by about 50%, rewriting the rules that control how these shapes blend, and increasing the intensity of many of our existing shapes. In addition, we added support for controlling the amplitude of the facial movement for lip sync animation, which let us dampen or amplify the mouth shapes based on the volume or intensity of the dialogue.
Smart, good
Right
changes.
Off the bat, we needed to hammer home some story points, reintroduce the cast of characters, and explain the player's immediate goal.
I think you've done it.
An intimidating chunk of non-interactive exposition. We generally approach these scenes by writing way too much, and then through constant playtesting, trimming the scene to more manageable levels. But in this case, even after some heroic pruning, the opening scene still felt too long. We ended up splitting the introductory sequence into 3 scenes, separated by some gravity gun puzzle solving. And
This
then
is
a
the first one or the
dramatic
second
walk across
one?
a crumbling ledge.
Alex travels through much of Episode 1 with the player.
That's the second
and
one.
consequently passes through a wider variety of lighting conditions than she did in Half-Life 2. This meant that we had to improve the quality of the lighting algorithms used on Alex to look realistic in any situation, from the eerie hallways of the Citadel to the streets of City 17 at sunset. For this episode, we added a specular lighting term to the shaders used on Alex, which provides a realistic shiny look to her skin, her leather jacket, and even her teeth. In these new lighting calculations, we chose to specifically emphasize bright highlights caused by illumination from grazing angles. This type of lighting, also referred to as rim lighting, is particularly dramatic when coming from low-angle light sources such as this bright sunset. You'll also note that the rim lighting is further enhanced by our high dynamic range post-processing, which causes the specular highlights to bloom in a striking and dramatic fashion. We have found that the move to an episodic development cycle allows us to take advantage of the fast pace of graphics hardware innovation by incrementally adding new features, such as Alex's new lighting techniques, to the source engine with each new episode.
Hello, Russ Wooden Fortress. How you doing? Yeah, the lighting is nice. It's really high tech. I do think it's funny him saying like, "Oh yeah, the graphics technology is moving so fast." Yes, at the time that was true, indeed. Definitely moved really fast back then. I mean, shit, man, this was like at the verge of SD to HD, basically. Like some of the best generations, graphic-wise, in general. I am just thinking that, though, it does look pretty old now. And just like, oh yeah, we put like some nice edge highlights. Maybe doesn't quite... Ground. I'm okay. I'm okay. There was ground down here. Ooh, boy. I thought I was dead. I think that still looks good. I think those jeans still look good. I remember being impressed that Mario, you could see the denim on Mario's jeans. That was like 3 years before this, 4 years before this. That was actually a couple of years before this, so I guess it was less impressive. Now, don't roll your eyes at me, Alex. Your jeans are very nice. I'm doing great, Russ Wooden Fortress. Little tired, but I'm fine and good and feeling all right. Oh, Jesus. I bet this commentary note will be about that little bit of explosion stuff that just happened.
This ledge is a really tricky spot for NPCs to navigate. While we wanted Alex to be able to maneuver dynamically through any complex environment, in certain navigation situations we're faced with a trade-off between flexibility and visual quality. In this particular case, she navigates the ledge with a combination of AI and scripted animations. We've continued to evolve the systems of Half-Life 2 whereby characters move fluidly through dynamic AI and scripted navigation. But ultimately what matters most is how it looks to the player.
Sprint before jumping. Sprint before jumping. We did all these already.
Monitor scene.
Thanks.
Alright, let me through, let me through. Okay. Alright, Alex, let's get going. Alright, he's gonna meet us on the far side of this ridge. Let's go! Alright, let's see how she does it. Let's see these dynamic animations they talk so much about. Oh wow, that's pretty good. I feel like if you saw that in a more modern, more recent game, you'd still be impressed. I mean, that's these games are like on the verge of being modern games, I'll say. On a controller, it's quite hard then using a keyboard since it's mostly muscle memory. I mean, yeah, I gotta remember the controls is the thing right now. I did change them to be a little more modern, but then I changed them back because I was finding it hard to adjust. Better to just keep it on default, I think. Oh yeah, is Dog coming here with our way across the gap? Hey Dog, what's up?
Now stay with us. Help us find a way over. I cannot believe we're trying to get back in that place.
Yeah, we're gonna go back in. There's the door. We just need a bridge.
Dog? What do you think? Any ideas?
We should probably try to, like, snipe, probably should try to snipe these commentary things so that the cutscenes don't, interrupt them or nothing. I'm sure there'll be a time before we opt into the next, the trip before we can listen to these two. Our last two. Dog's got an idea.
Dog, what are you? I think Dog needs a few bolts tightened.
How's the audio? Can you hear the characters?
Dog, really, that was a little close.
It was a little close, yeah. I was really in the line of fire there. We're gonna ride. But first I'm gonna listen to these commentaries. Crystal clear? Excellent. Okay.
Well, Gordon, unless you have a better suggestion, he is a robot. He's done the math.
Okay, yeah, well. True. I do like this bit here. Let's listen to the commentary.
Scenes that showcase strong relationships between our characters. The relationship between Alex and Dog seems to be especially satisfying to players. In the scene leading up to the van toss, we had a bug before the animation was complete, where Dog's head would shake as he looked back at Alex. In a happy accident, his head shook right after she asked him, "You did do the math, right?" In playtests, players thought this was intentional and always laughed. Because of that, we worked it into the animation, and it ended up being a terrific little moment between Dog and Alex.
Nice.
Our games are created by design collectives that we call cabals. When the idea to have you and Alex sit in a van
commentary
and
could be louder
across the gorge was first suggested during a cabal meeting, everyone thought it was funny, and then we moved on to more serious solutions for the gorge crossing.
Hurry up.
As the design progressed, though, we kept coming back to the van idea.
Yeah, this is
eventually
a great
everyone
idea.
agreed that we should give it a try.
It's so good.
Even though the idea was kind of outrageous, it satisfied some key goals we had for the scene. Alex and the player get across the impassable gorge, and Dog is able to play a key role in it, while also plausibly getting left behind. There were still some problems to solve, though. Attaching animated models to the van was tricky, making sure the van didn't kill the player took some thought, and it took a number of tries before we were able to really illuminate Dog's thinking, as he went from testing his idea with chunks of debris to finally presenting the plan to Alex. Ultimately, we were able to create a scene that solved some tricky game design issues, provided an intimate view of the relationship between Alex and Dog, and delivered a surprising and visceral entrance to the Citadel.
Alright, let's go! If Half-Life was remastered into an open-world free-to-explore game, you think it'd be fun to have side quests or like different outcomes? I could see something like that. I don't know. Definitely, the world is interesting enough to support like side quests, optional things, etc. I do really like it as a linear, set-piece driven game, though. That was good. Very fun trip.
Now go, boy, go on. You'll be fine. Just Uh-oh.
We gotta get out of the... It's like a... Half-Life 2 had a pre-show early in its, like, game. This one literally has, like, a roller coaster ride at its very start. That's fun and good. You could make this into an attraction. Alex's Citadel Scare. I don't know, that's a terrible name. Workshop at Universal. Probably wouldn't be Universal. Probably like a lower rung. I don't know how much of a draw a Half-Life ride would be at a theme park. But maybe like a Six Flags. Six Flags has like lower tier franchises, lower tier IPs, right? There's a Kit Kats ride, of course. Six Flags would be interested in that. Why not? Six Flags wishes. I've never played the mod Entropy Zero. Not familiar with that. I guess that's an open world Half-Life mod.
To convey a sense of urgency,
very cool.
We originally designed Alex to nag the player pretty frequently. She'd say things like, "Hurry up and keep moving." Whether or not this created a sense of urgency is debatable. But after about 3 minutes of this, the one thing it definitely did was make the player hate Alex. This was one of the observations that eventually led us to switch Alex from generally leading the players to almost always following. Through playtesting, we discovered that players much preferred to set the pace themselves, and that they especially disliked virtually any hint of bossiness from Alex.
I'm just listening to that and thinking about recent release, Metroid Prime 4. 20 years after this came out, learning zero of those lessons, and it's like 10 years of development. Topical. That is too topical. I'm sure. I wonder how many of these commentary nodes will make me think of recent release Metroid Prime 4. Probably not that many because it's supposed to be a Metroidvania, and this is a linear shoot-'em-up action game. Then again, I say it should be. Kinda, it is a linear shoot-'em-up action game. Prime 4 is. So, yeah. Did you hear about Half-Life 2 Survivor arcade game in Japan? Story mode broken since 2010, but was ported to PC? No, I've never heard about that. There was a... I assume it's like a gun game. It's like a light gun game. You should play Entropy Zero franchise. I've not heard of that. Hang on. Remind me tomorrow. Google Entropy Zero. I don't know what that is. I'll Google it.
Oh, what a draw. We populate our environments with...
Hang on.
Gotta find a way down to the core.
Yeah, that's a good, it's a good-looking game. Gets by a lot on style, you know. It's obviously more dated now, but as far as the graphics go, but like, man, that's some good-looking environmental fog. Orange.
We populate our environments with spots where players can take a break to look out over an expanse of cool scenery. We call these vistas. This particular vista was designed to give anyone familiar with the Citadel interior from Half-Life 2 a good view of what it looks like now that everyth's falling apart.
Yeah, it didn't look as bad before.
That are sliding off their track and into the abyss really sell the idea that the Citadel is half abandoned and in chaos.
In an early version of this map, Alex led the player through the whole thing. To make Alex seem less omniscient, we had her access a console here to get her bearings. It exploded, which helped drive home the point that the Citadel was in bad shape, but generally, it was a long pause in the action without a lot of payoff. After we made the high-level decision to follow the player, this entire scene became irrelevant, and we happily cut the
See, that's smart. Metroid Prime 4, seriously, take note. You don't have to have the NPCs be like, oh, a map terminal, we gotta go get that. Samus, scan it and do the thing. I'll do that if I want to, you know?
Training is one of the fundamental tenets of our design philosophy. Before the player is required to utilize some new game mechanic or new weapon, or face a new monster under pressure in a danger.
Let's listen to her.
I'll just disable this field. Damn, I can't get this down. Something. It's that stalker. He's holding it from the other side. We don't have time to look for another way around. How are we gonna get through here?
I will find a way, but
They could help us get out of here. Can you find where those roller mines are going?
yeah, I will do that. Yes. Let's listen to these commentaries as we do it. You got it.
Training is one of the fundamental tenets of our design philosophy. Before the player is required to utilize some new game mechanic, or new weapon, or face a new monster under pressure in a dangerous situation, we always introduce the concept in a relatively calm, but ideally still entertaining way. This entire scene teaches the player that Alex can convert roller mines so that they can be used as a friendly weapon. Later, the player is required to do this in more pressing circumstances, but at this point, everything's still pretty calm. In the original design, the player retrieved the roller mine from a dispenser and used it to take out a combat soldier who was holding the field from the other side. Eventually, we scrapped that idea and combined the roller mine training with some stalker exposition that originally occurred in a separate scene.
In a good puzzle, the player is presented with an overall goal, and then faces a number of smaller challenges in pursuit of that goal. In the case of the stalker puzzle, we start with, how do I open the door? From there, we move to, how do I get to the stalker? Then, how do I get to the roller mines? How do I get the roller mine back to Alex? And finally, how do I use the roller mine to disable the stalker?
Alright. We will get that roller mine. Elevator, what are you doing? Don't be weird, elevator. Let's get that roller mine. There's a button right there. Hello? Get across here. Grab some health. Oh, yeah, hell yeah. Suit. That really does charge the suit real good. Get a... Oh, jeez. I only need one. I'm sorry, all others. This is the one we need. Okay. Good, cool. That's real neat. Where's... There it is. Some physics is going on here. It's really good. Yep. Do your thing.
The targeting system on these things. A little extra juice in the right spot, and it's on our side. I'll hold it out where I can work on it.
It's exactly where it... Here we go.
It's a lot more unstable, but it should last long enough to take out the stalker.
Yeah, still wish the voices all seem a little bit low, but, you know, fucking sound mixing was what it was at the time. I don't think I could lower the music, but it's literally not music that the voices are competing with. You know? It's sound effects. Where's a commentary note about that? Maybe it was different on the PC version. Who could say?
We wanted to create an atmosphere of urgency in the Citadel, with Alex and the player focused on getting to the core to stop the impending collapse.
Hi, friend.
Initially, we tried to reflect that urgency through Alex's behavior and acting.
Yeah, they said it was a bad idea.
However, if the player didn't choose to advance, Alex eventually ran out of lines or animations and was forced into her very non-urgent idle states. We found that the best approach was for Alex to have such implicit trust in and sympathy with the player that she's always content to proceed at whatever pace the player chooses. Once we adopted this principle, lines where Alex sounded impatient or frustrated with the pace of progress quickly stood out and were cut.
Smart. They make games real good, Valve does. I say present tense. They did. Past tense. Been a while since the last time there was a Valve game. I will say I did hear really good things about Half-Life Alyx. Didn't play it. Don't have a VR headset. Probably could use one. I don't know. I'm definitely thinking about that Steam VR headset they've been talking about. I feel like that might be really good. It might be a good... If it's a really good price point, I think that might be the headset for me, finally, to invest in a VR headset for the first time, and if I do, absolutely will stream Half-Life Alyx, let me just say. That's like the one VR game I'm at all interested in. There is also Astrobot Play VR mission. Can you emulate that on a PC? I don't think the Steam headset's gonna work with a PlayStation. But I would play that on PC if it came out on PC. Did it come out on PC? I don't know. It's been out long enough that probably someone's figured out how to emulate it, right?
We created a new Citadel destruction set of broken Combine panels and prefabs for the interior spaces to help make the Citadel look like it was on
like this.
We also introduced a strong ambient orange color to help sell the fact that the Citadel was in a much different state from the last time the player passed through.
Yeah, it was blue last time.
The atmosphere was justified due to all the fires and smoke inside the Citadel.
Definitely. Let's keep moving. That's convenient.
I really don't think we should hang around.
Definitely thinking about Half-Life. If there's other VR games other than those two, I'll be curious when I get a VR headset. You know, are those VR headsets now more for like, you know, you know the Apple Vision Pro, right? Is it more for stuff like that where it's like AR, where it's like make a monitor as big as you want it to be, that sort of junk? Like, is that more what those are used for these days? I have no idea. I feel like VR games sort of just fizzled out 10 years ago.
The primary goal of the first Citadel map is to communicate to players that the Citadel is falling apart. The Vortex
Hi guys.
is a late addition to the map, in an effort to beef up the idea that the Citadel is becoming a very dangerous place. We had particular difficulty in conveying the dangers
We
of
gotta
it.
cross through that?
In early playtests, players thought that the entire bridge was dangerous at all times. Some additional effects work helped let players know where the dangerous areas were. We would have loved to base more gameplay on this Vortex idea, but we just didn't have the time.
Yeah, it's kind of a fun gimmick. And yeah, I agree. It's probably better as like a one-off thing. Just like, oh yeah, just see some guys get sucked into the vortex and then just, you know, run past. It doesn't have to be a whole thing. I'll go so far as to say it's better as a one-off thing than if it was like a whole hour of gameplay. I think this game could use more things that happen once and it's a fun, memorable moment, and that's it. Like, I feel like that's more modern. That's what a newer game would do. A newer, shorter, you know, shorter game with... again, modern games tend to be shorter and also have as much variety as Half-Life 2 did. They're just more compact, more one-off, more...
Maybe this console has some useful information.
More Fast and Furious, I guess. I don't know.
We revealed
End
the
statement.
pod here to let players see it up close. At the same time, we didn't want players to get too good a look at what's inside. An old version of the scene had the pod simply hanging from the ceiling. It would burst open and then charge up your gravity gun, but not do much else. The current scene gives us a much more dramatic reveal of the pod and an opportunity to introduce the mind blasts it's capable of emitting. Though they don't
That'd
play
be
a
the
large role in
aliens.
Episode 1, these guys were a functional requirement of Episode 2, which meant we effectively had to ship a piece of that episode early.
They didn't end up putting that much from Episode 3 into 2, right? Considering that never
It's
happened.
important that the player has some empathy for Alex, rather than seeing her as just a bullet-spitting robot. The brief recovery scene after the pod mind attack reminds the player that Alex is also affected by events in the world.
We decided this space needed to look unique and appear to have more significance than the rest of the Citadel areas.
Kind of reminds me of like Star Wars.
While at the same time feeling as though it was still made with Combine technology. This room introduces a story point that plays a big role in Episode 2, so the player has to feel like something important is going on in here. A different fog setting, as well as different light styles and configurations, helped achieve this. The red lighting is a good contrast to the traditional blue-green colors of the Citadel.
and the orange that the rest of the Citadel is currently in. Hello, let's do the cutscene now. This is a recording.
The portal destination is unattainable. Surely you can set the relay elsewhere. There's no way I can survive in that environment.
Thank God, it's just an old recording.
The host body, you must be joking. I can't possibly. Oh, all right.
Let me see if
Damn it,
I
that's
can
what it
find
takes. Just hurry. He's right behind me.
Here I come. There was me coming in.
What the hell?
That's the Combine alien. Hey, Flaming Grenade. Playing Half-Life. You love Half-Life 2? I do as well. It's been a while since I played episode 1 or 2, and I'm excited to get back into that. Oh, they hello. I think that's the pod. Kinda looks like a battle bus.
Get out of here.
It's trying to burn in my OLED television.
What the hell was that thing?
Yeah, I hope something gets announced as well at the Game Awards. That's what the rumors are saying. That'd be cool. One of the reasons why I'm doing this tonight is that, yeah, you know, if there's Half-Life 3 Half-Life 3 or Episode 3 next year, I want to be ready. And, yeah. The Combine Advisors, or Shu-U-La-Thoi? We'll call them the Combine Advisors, yeah. The Brain Bugs, maybe. I wonder what they were going to do as far as, like, do you need a defense against these guys? Would that be like a MacGuffin of, like, oh, you know, go get some tinfoil at the tinfoil factory to put above your, you know, to protect your brain box.
What's going on in there?
Wait, is this... I forgot. I thought it didn't power up my thing this time. I guess they do power it back up again, huh? But isn't this time it not, like, as strong or something? Yeah, this happened before. There's no Episode 3 if you played Half-Life Alyx, best VR game. Yeah, like I said, I just said that I didn't play the, It is the same? Oh, okay. I guess, I remember it not being as, like, fun or flashy, but I guess that was just a lot of just... There's fewer enemies to grab, maybe. So there's fewer opportunities to, like, really put it through its paces, you know? You're not grabbing 100 dudes this time. It's more of a traditional thing. Yeah, this is the orange box version in particular. That's right. Yeah, I did mention I haven't played Alyx. If those Steam VR headsets are as cool as they're looking, I would love to get one, and for the right price point, you know? I don't even know what fucking price point I would want. Whatever's reasonable. What are you thinking for the new headset? Like $1,000? I could maybe do that. Like $800 maybe would be fine. I don't know. Steam box I feel like should be cheaper. I'm interested in that. If it's cheap enough, it's probably not going to be cheap enough. Let's listen to the commentary node. We're listening to the commentary nodes.
The Lightbridge ball sockets are a clear example of our training approach to new gameplay elements. We train the players with...
MetaQuest 3 is a good alternative if Valve overprices their new headsets. How much is that? For reference.
The leading example, confirm they understand the concept, then switch up the problem set and make them use it in a new way. The first bridge shows players the solution. The second one confirms they understand it, and the third, knowing they understand the gameplay mechanic, challenges them in a new way using that mechanism.
So here we have to put the ball in the hole. I got it. Where's our balls? I hear balls. I don't see balls. Oh, there's balls in the ball stream. $500 for half a terabyte. Okay. Do you really need storage on your headset? I guess. Oh yeah, you can still grab them. I forgot that was they did that again. My memory, this was just strictly regular gravity gun for the whole thing, but again, clearly I've just forgotten. Maybe eventually it switches back after some Citadel stuff. Kind of weird as like the beginning of a game rather than the end, but it's fine and good, and this was a fun part. The MetaQuest S3 is like from 200 to 300. Okay, good and cheap. I think I've heard so many good things about the preview. I think I'll look at that. That'll be my, hey, that guy just, what are you standing on? Oh, he's standing on like the glass. That is glass. That's not background. Seems like a little bit risky to me to just go ahead to go that far out, that close to dropping. They should get out of here.
Is a recurring theme in the Citadel. From story, mood, and visual standpoints, this changes the Citadel. The destruction needed to feel natural rather than entirely scripted upon the player's actions. Not showing the destructive events dynamically makes the player assume the level of damage is static. However, if the events are too obviously triggered by player movement, the destruction feels too scripted. We found the solution to give players glimpses of things that were happening at the periphery of the player's space, as well as in their immediate vicinity, to give the feeling that stuff is happening whether the player is present or not.
That's pretty smart, isn't it? Have you played the first Half-Life? I'll be honest, I didn't. I started with 2, you know, with the orange box, and never went back. I'm curious about it. Someone told me that the remake, that the source version is actually bad, and that I shouldn't play that one. I also did get like a version of it, like the PlayStation version of it, running on like a retro handheld, and then I quickly realized like, no, this is not comparable with PC. Probably should play the proper version that's all patched and stuff, rather than be silly with it. You know, if I play it for the first time. Maybe even should play it for the first time on stream. Maybe. I don't know. Possible. It's possible.
Having trained the player that balls fit into sockets, we wanted to introduce a puzzle where the question was how to get a ball into the socket. The puzzle we came up with involved a socket with an object blocking it, so that the player would have to ricochet a ball into place.
Damn it, let the commentary finish! Please. Which way? Okay, there we go. See you later, Wooden Fortress. You have a good one. Listen to commentary.
Player that balls fit into sockets. We wanted to introduce a puzzle where the question was how to get the ball into the socket.
That's smart.
The puzzle we came up with involved a socket with an object blocking it, so that the player would have to ricochet a ball into place. This sounded simple until we actually tried to implement it. If we made the covering opaque, playtesters didn't realize that there was a socket behind it. When we made it translucent, they often didn't see it was there, and were confused when the shot bounced off. Making it movable was a red herring, making people think that they could actually knock it away. A couple of subtle art changes helped. We added some more prominent shadowing and made the glass panel flash when it was hit the ball. Some playtesters consistently searched for a position to get a direct shot, which we didn't discourage as an alternate solution.
Don't grenade me. I'm trying to shoot at the thing. Guys. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's a tricky problem to solve. I think they did a good job of it.
There are some little
translucent.
Take a surprising amount
That's
of
the
time
key.
testing to get just right. For instance, it took us many playtests to figure out just how fast Alex should move. It turns out that her falling behavior looks and feels the best when she's moving faster than the player's normal speed, but slower than the player's sprint speed.
Yeah, I've heard Black Mesa. I'm not sure, like, I think I've heard good things about Black Mesa. I think I've also heard, like, people say, like, you don't need the version just because just the source version, just because it's source. I've heard multiple things on that front, whether, like, the original is better or the remake is better. Hello. Please die. You can die too. Definitely food for thought, for consideration, and also, like, you know, could definitely play a lot of things in the future. I am always looking for things to play on my retro handheld. Been playing through Link to the Past recently. If Half-Life 1 PC version ran good on honestly, there has been some hubbub, some speculation about like SteamOS, about how they made it work on the headset which runs ARM, and that if SteamOS works on ARM and their translation layer Proton works for ARM, then like a bunch of stuff is going to be really easy once that is available for like your retro handhelds. Like I could probably if Valve is making SteamOS and they've made their own games to support it on ARM, probably like Half-Life 2, Half-Life 1, Portal 2, Left 4 Dead series, probably all those games are going to work great on your retro handhelds in like a year. So that's food for consideration, food for thought. Hell, like shit, like they maybe even will work with online and everything. Like imagine that, being able to play Left 4 Dead online from a retro handheld, you know, like your AYN Thors, your Retroid Pocket Flip 2s. That's gonna be very exciting.
This dropship scene was another case where we had to be clever about drawing the player's attention to something cool that was about to happen, which the player could easily miss if they weren't looking in the right direction. We used a solitary soldier firing at the player to draw their attention to where the dropship climbs into view. Once the player notices the dropship, there's a good chance they'll watch it until the payoff when it crashes.
There was a dropship that crashed? I was talking to chat. It's okay, it's cool. Maybe y'all saw that. I took in none of that. It's funny every time that the commentary note says like, yeah, so we didn't know if people would notice this, but we did a lot of work to make it likely that they would. And I just have to go like, did that happen? Was I watching? I have no memory. Red Dead Redemption 1 can run natively on modern phones. You don't think the future is too far out of reach? Yeah, that's very true. It's just a matter of like emulation layers. Like emulation definitely like is harder to do than just playing something directly. And like how much inefficiency does that add, I guess. It's exciting.
This is where some player training pays off. After earlier training players on the use of ball sockets, they get a sort of live fire test here starting the elevator. This is the beginning of the level's puzzle arc, where a basic gameplay mechanic is made increasingly more complex by layering other puzzle elements on it. The first puzzle only requires that the player find a combine ball and put it in the socket.
Yeah, let's put a ball in a hole. My memory of this episode is it's a lot of balls and holes. A lot of just like, yep, take a ball, put it in a hole. Take a ball, put it in a hole. It's cool, but gameplay-wise, it is a lot of balls and holes, you know? Seriously. Ball, hole. There we go, ball and hole now.
The power must be out. Yeah, we must be on the right track.
Valve games are open source. Oh, Jesus.
Watch out.
What am I supposed to do?
Look up. Watch out.
Where am I supposed to?
Look up. Watch out.
Where am I supposed to jump? Where am I supposed to go? Hello?
Look up. Watch out.
I'm jumping. Oh, grab it with my gravity gun. I didn't think of that. I just only thought of escaping. They should put a commentary note that was like, yeah, we saw people just like die repeatedly to this, so we put a checkpoint right before the first one hits. And that helped a lot for people figuring it out after like 1 or 2 or 3 times.
What's wrong with this lift?
Yes, I can. I'm kind of surprised that there isn't one right here with that exact thoughts. Oop. If there is one, I will feel quite, I think there's the window right there. I'll feel quite good. Oh! Window is lower. Oh, jeez. You can't zoom while you're... There you go. Punch! Okay, use the right trigger to shoot. Later, flaming grenade. Thanks for stopping by, hanging out, and chatting. I always appreciate people doing that. It's nice. I see it.
Start her up again. Do what you did last time.
Here we're presenting the player with a now familiar ball socket challenge, but we're also bridging into some new training, showing the player that stalkers can destroy the Combine energy balls.
No comment about the falling objects then. I see that guy's gonna destroy the thing, so I'm gonna just
What's it doing?
hit him with a ball. The gun is in God mode, I'll say, obviously, but they do some work to make sure that, like, you know, the gameplay isn't just like all shooty bang bang, you know. It's not like as like fast paced and like
We're really moving now. I think I see a stop down below.
it's not just being an unstoppable god. Instead, the focus is like where am I going? Here, this way? Very good. Instead, the focus is on like puzzles and doing things deliberately, and not so much on just like being an unstoppable god man with a very cool gun.
Late in development, we changed the art for these doors so that players understood they were entering the core area. It turned out that having Alex talk about the area wasn't enough to give playtesters the sense that they'd finally arrived at the core.
Yeah, no comments on the falling object or the checkpoint, the checkpoint right before they started. Interesting. I wonder how the checkpointing is relative to Half-Life 2. Definitely during the playthrough of that, we had some troublesome bits. This is Chapter 2, Direct Intervention. That's what the screen just said, and I think I will put timestamps on all these parts of the game, because there's 5 chapters, and each of them can have a timestamp. And you can see now, you know, since we're in Direct Intervention, and this is Chapter 2, that, like... Don't start the cutscene. I'm gonna be over here for a second talking. Are you starting the cutscene, Alex? Jesus Christ, Alex, I'm just gonna... talk to chat. You can see that 2 of these chapters here are Citadel. So, you know, jot that down, I guess.
Let's see if we can find a way through the control room.
Yeah, let's do that.
This is another key vista, this time showing the core.
Looks really cool.
It's a visual payoff for the player's success in getting here, and simultaneously, a way to present the player with a view of the next challenge.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, there was talk at the start about, like, how this was sort of a bite-sized chunk of Half-Life 2. In a more modern shooter, I feel like by this time, we would have gotten to the... I feel like the whole first chunk of the Citadel here would have been trimmed down pretty much to its core, just like... You know, you just need to get to the core bits. You know, the rest of it just kind of feels like setup, just feels like tutorial, just feels like training. And I do think in a 3-hour game, you do have to speed that stuff up accordingly. You know, it's best if that stuff is a little bit sped up. That would be the more modern lesson here. Is just like, you know, from a more modern perspective, like, yeah, you know, when you're coming from a 20-hour game, yeah, you do kind of just can train for like a hour or so. But in a 3-hour game, 4-hour game, it's like, yeah, you know, should probably have like 10 minutes of training and then get you where you need to go quicker. Quicker. It's cool though. It's a cool set piece. I didn't dislike anything that's happened before. I'm just saying it does sort of start to show its age a little bit and feel, you know, slow compared to modern shooters.
Creating a believable, interesting relationship between Gordon and Alex is made a lot tougher by the fact that Gordon never talks. This elevator scene presented a nice little opportunity to have Alex express some emotion in a situation where Gordon isn't really in a position to respond.
Alright, let's do this.
Let me see if I can call it back to this level.
I forget, is this one just like one big room? This whole, like, core stabilization chapter? That'd be cool.
I hope it's not too late to re-engage the containment field.
These games have to have so many just load screens just by the nature of, you know, computers were not that, didn't have that much space back then, you know? They had to just break it up into segments and into sections that would fit in memory, you know, 360 memory. 360 memory was like smaller than PC. Was 360 memory more restrained than PC memory? I'm not sure, but you know, I definitely heard. I feel like there was talk of just like the technical feats in like getting things to fit in what memory the 360 and the PlayStation 3 had, especially as the generation went longer and longer and longer and longer and longer.
The core design posed a lot of difficult challenges. Generally speaking, if the gameplay in a particular map isn't working, we can simply cut the entire area. This wasn't true of the core, because we knew it was critical to the story. On top of that, designing Citadel gameplay is often a bigger challenge than working out areas in City 17, largely because Citadel levels have a narrow set of gameplay tools, there are less enemy types available, and the player is usually only armed with a gravity gun. Because
I mean, you could have always like just said like, hey, here's a new weapon.
We had to go through.
You could have just said like, here's like the grapple gun. Here's like a magnetizes to different surfaces. Here's a portal gun. You know, you could have, well, they wouldn't have had the portal gun back then. The technology was not ready. The portal was years out, probably at this point. Was like a year or two out at this point. But you know what I mean? I think there were options.
One of the earlier prototypes was a kind of futuristic version of Operation, where players had to use the gravity gun to cleanly manipulate rods into slots in the core. That didn't work, partly because playtesters found that their view was obstructed by the rods, which made it frustratingly difficult to manipulate them with any kind of precision. We prototyped, playtested, and abandoned several other designs until we finally arrived at one that was fun, while still being challenging enough to give players the sense that they'd accomplished a significant goal.
Where the fuck is the other one? Oh, it's up there, I see it. I feel their frustration pretty acutely with this whole section. I do think that, like, you know, the very limited set of gameplay can be a bit awkward in this section. You know, it's all just energy balls into sockets. Just repeatedly ad infinitum. You know, balls and sockets, balls and sockets, balls and sockets, balls and sockets. And, like, it is true what they say. There's not that much they can do to mix it up. But, like, I don't know. I would probably disagree with them to a certain degree, right? I do think something could be done, could have been done to like alleviate issues. You know, I do think that this whole part could be sped up. You know, there is, of course, like they said, you do have to have this section. You do have to go into the core. Though then again, you could have just, come to think of it, you could have had Alex at the start say like, oh, we just gotta get away from the core because it's about to explode. We just gotta go. You know, it didn't have to be as critical to go back in and like stabilize it as like it is in the game's plot. So actually no, never mind, they're wrong. They could have absolutely written around the going into the core if they wanted, but also I'll say they could have made this quicker. They could have made this like a nice quick cinematic blast, sort of matching the original Citadel, which was fast and furious, just like basically guns blazing, no puzzles. It was the first time you go to the Citadel in Half-Life 2. It is a no thoughts, head empty type scenario, just overpowered gravity gun, fun. In this version, it's a lot more slow paced, it's a lot more deliberate, and it's just 90% puzzle. A ball and socket puzzle specifically. Just, where do you get the ball? Okay, where's the socket? Or the button, alternatively. Where's those two things? Once you have those two things, what else are you to do?
The Combine core was another new space that needed to stand out from the rest of the environment. We wanted the core to look hot and dangerous, but still be distinct from the fires and the cool blues of the rest of the Citadel.
They did a good job.
The primary light source in this space, and in conjunction with the white set of Combine materials, we created an extreme contrast to the normally dark values of the Citadel metals.
What do I do now? Oh, passageway. Hello. Here's some. Hello. Here's some of that head empty type gameplay I was looking for, that I was talking about. That's fun. I still like to grab people with the gravity gun.
The difference between skill levels isn't just a matter of damage dealt and received. For instance, in easy mode, we increase the length of time a Combine ball survives before exploding, putting less pressure on the player to get the ball into a socket.
That makes sense. Where's the ball? Where's the socket? That's most of the thoughts that these puzzles necessitate. I'll say it's not the biggest brain content out there, to be clear, but you do have to think a little bit. You guys should really be doing this. I'm like stabilizing the core and shit. Like you Combine guys, you like live here in the core. You probably shouldn't want it to blow up either. I understand the little fiddly robots, you know, they don't know any better. They can't be explained. You can't explain to them like, oh, you know, the Citadel where you live is about to explode. We should try to stop that. These guys should understand like, hey, buddy, guy, if you guys had stabilized the core, we wouldn't have to come in here and kill you. You understand that, right?
The ball tubes are an example of us working within our available toolkit to create a puzzle around the rectangles. As a physical navigation puzzle, it's different from what the player has experienced before, and it's challenging while not being a binary succeed or fail situation. There are a number of ways to approach this puzzle. In addition to simply dodging, jumping, or ducking the balls, the player can grab or deflect them with his gravity gun, or pick up the hatch and use it as a shield to block the incoming barrage.
Oh, go this way. Ow, ow. Yeah, that's tough there. It's nice, I'll say this game is gonna be a lot of, hanging out with Alex, and she's great and all, But I'll say, as far as like the commentary situation goes, it is nice to be able to play the commentary and do some combat at the same time without having the concern of missing anything from out of Alex's mouth. That is very nice and convenient that that's the case here.
The core sphere was one of the last special effects that we finished. To achieve this effect, the core uses animated textures, flow maps, normal map refraction and specularity, as well as volumetric particulate matter rendering, which takes advantage of the core being a sphere.
Does look cool.
The higher contrast white Combine motif of the core sets it apart from the rest of the Citadel and heightens its importance within the visual style of Combine aesthetics. It also helps enhance the perception of heat and radiation into space.
I was about to say, I had 3 health. Felt lucky to survive that user depth infinite. I was just thinking like, I'm gonna find a health terminal and I'll be fine. Didn't expect 3 guys to come out and kill me. They must be feeling pretty good right now. Oh. Okay, this time we're gonna run and be at near full health. And you guys want to come out and shoot me? Yeah. Please. Come on out. Anyone else? No, that's all of them. Woo! Let's listen to more commentary.
The higher contrast white Combine motif of the core sets it apart.
Oh, we did that one. We did that one. Alright, another stabilizer in place. Y'all, really, you guys got guns that, like, shoot the cores around? That could have, you really could have solved this. They have the guns with the energy ball projectile things. The first game, I don't think you actually used those for puzzles. It was mostly just for, killing dudes with. It was an alt-fire cool weapon. It's cool to expand it out into a whole thing, but again, I do think that I do think there's a little bit too much in the way of balls and sockets. Balls and sockets, balls and sockets. If you know, I'll say, like, I am planning on this being like a oneer, like a one and done. Hey guys, what's up? You can just ignore me. Don't have to fight me. Safer if you don't. Planning on this being one and done, but if this had to go from a part 1 to a part 2, I feel like balls and sockets is not a bad name for the first VOD.
The core was a central element
This is
of
gonna
this
be a
part
one
of
and
the
done.
game, and as much as possible, we wanted to constantly reinforce its importance. Zigzagging through the space in 3 dimensions while navigating a variety of challenges let us present a few different visual and gameplay perspectives on the same space.
Yeah, I think that's really cool.
See the core from a bunch of different angles, we were able to give them a real sense of its scale.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'll say I do think the core is really cool. Platforming, oh hello, there's my stop. Platforming around the core is really cool. Don't get me wrong, I love how much good use of the core and the central area this has. As far as a big central room goes to navigate around, this is one of the best. But I would also say, like, you know, if I had one feeling so far, it'd be like, yeah, well, probably should reduce the size of the stuff before here and made it like a little punchier getting up to this point, you know? Again, that's sort of a modern perspective. I think, like I said when I played Half-Life 2 last year, like, modern games are just faster. Modern games just move faster, go faster.
The second ball tube presents a variation of the pattern the player learned in the
Yeah.
first ball tube. While the first tube can be crossed slowly, by crouching and maneuvering your way up, the second ratchets up the pace, requiring a quicker, more responsive approach.
That's pretty cool. Hi. You guys have guns to shoot the orbs. You really should use those guns to stabilize that crap. Really, these guys, I guess they just don't have self-preservation instincts. And they don't know what they do. They're like brainwashed or whatever. I understand that. It makes sense. This one looks weirdly red.
The goal of this logic puzzle isn't figuring out that you need to put balls in batteries. It's coming to the realization that, by filling all of them, you've denied yourself an exit. And that you have to desocket one, climb on the lift, and then resocket it.
Okay.
Sparks guide the player to the source of the balls, which happens to be the tube they just passed through.
Aha. Okay. Oh, I get it. I'm powering... I vaguely remember this part. I'm powering the thing on. I get it, slash I kind of remember. I'm, like, powering the transformer thing back on. It, didn't quite do what it was supposed to do. I just saw it, like, go off, and I was just like... What now? I guess they couldn't have done it. They would have to go down there and, shoot 3 shots of the thing. They didn't have 3. They only have 1. So, it is what it is. The core is, all powered down, and that apparently... It's, like, contained. That apparently, like, ungravities my gravity gun. That's kind of random. Is there gonna be a commentary note saying, like, well, we had to take it away from you sometime. This time sort of made the most sense.
Monitor scenes, such as this video transmission from Dr. Mossman, aren't simply pre-rendered video. These scenes actually unfold live in an inaccessible section of the map, while being projected onto the monitor screen. Here's Dr. Mossman in the small Arctic base set. It's not nearly as far away from the Citadel's core control room as it appears to be in the level.
That's cool. I wish we could go to that Arctic base set sometime. Maybe next year.
This is another...
I'm surprised that they didn't comment on that, but whatever. They don't have to comment on everything. I think we're done here.
Gordon, you did it!
Hey!
The containment system's back in place. It won't last forever, but at least we've bought a little time.
Yep.
While you were in there, I did some poking around in the control data. They were trying to start a chain reaction, all right. But destroying the Citadel is just a side effect.
What? They wanted it to be? Okay.
Took out Brain's reactor. This is the only way they have to send a transmission packet back to wherever they came from. I can't tell what the packet contains.
Huh.
But it's important enough that they're willing to sacrifice the whole Citadel to send it off. We need to get it back to my dad and Dr. Kleiner at the outpost right away. I've been pulling down a copy. Whatever it is, I have a feeling it's bad news for all of us.
I guess that makes sense then why they're destabilizing and why they're not repairing the Citadel. It's like a pluribus situation. They'd prefer getting the signal out to any sorts of other self-preservation instinct. I mean, I don't know if that's where pluribus is going, but... Man, the pixelation effect is pretty interesting here. Like a big CRT, I guess. I guess at the time, like, CRT monitors was everything. So if you were looking at something on a screen, it was a CRT, or otherwise had, like, the pixel blur of a CRT. You know, you'd think they'd have LCDs in the heart of the Citadel, but, I don't know.
I've secured an exit elevator. It's this way.
Are there LCDs in Half-Life? Do they exist? I guess it's worth noting that the world did end in, like the 90s in the Half-Life 2 universe. And, the Half-Life universe. And, you know, since then they've been occupied by aliens. Yeah, I guess maybe they haven't gotten, like, OLED. They don't got, like, really good panels. Unless the aliens brought them. In which case they're weird for reasons. You want good human accessible panels? You want CRTs.
If we can hitch a ride, it should take us straight out of the city.
What are we riding?
Hey, the gravity gun's back to normal. Well, it was nice while it lasted.
Where are we going now? Is this the part where we go down to the basement? This might be the part where we go down to the basement. Is this a new chapter? Keep an eye out for any indication of new chapter. Like, if I do a save game right now, where are we? This is still direct intervention. Okay. We probably just want to keep on moving.
Usually, the second step of our training arcs involve threatening training. This is the second step in the roller mine training. In true to form, there's the threat. The indestructible roller mines endlessly attack the player in a gated space. The only way to defeat them is to have Alex convert them, which means there's no way the player can miss the point of the training. Players also like to see the AI characters fight each other. So after reminding the player about Alex's roller mine hacking talent, we let you sick them on a pack of Combine soldiers.
Yeah, that's cool. Man, I wish the commentary, like, dulled the game audio a little bit. It's kind of hard to hear it, honestly. Go forth, mines. Go forth and, fight in my name. Give him the shit. Fuck him up. Fuck him up good. Yeah. Hello. Stop shooting me. Mine. Mine. There is a guy. I need help. Mine. Here you go, mine. Oh, Alex took care of it. I could use a gun. Now, the time has come for me to get a gun.
Let's get in.
The medical unit. All right.
In much the same way that movie effects often utilize different versions of the
I
same
don't know
model,
what's in this.
there are
copy
actually
we
three.
made, but they're not thrilled about us having it. You know, all things considered.
What did you get?
We're not doing too. Oh no, it's a stalker car.
Well, don't worry, we're not in them.
Damn the Combine. This is what happens to you if you resist.
Fucked up.
Or if you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, let's listen to the commentary.
In much the same way that movie effects often utilize different versions of the same model,
Let's see where this
there are
train is
actually
headed.
three trains that make up the stalker scene. The first one is the moving train you see arrive at the platform. The one you're in right now is a static interior with lights moving outside of it to give the illusion of motion. The third train is the crash version. It's
lights.
a tilted, banged up, and totally separate area from the moving version. The transition from moving to crashed is disguised by a brief fade to black.
Alex's reaction to the stalkers.
We gotta listen to the commentary notes before we crash.
In the early versions, Alex was frightened of the stalkers. That didn't work because it didn't fit with Alex's earlier reactions to stalkers in the Citadel.
Oh my god.
We changed it so that she expressed anger at the stalker's predicament. The early version of this movie failed because Alex's transition from generally estimated fine rage was simply too abrupt. Ultimately, through rewrites and rigorous testing, we found the right tone for the scene, a simmering anger level that was more in tune with the situation.
Yeah, totally. I think you nailed it. Stop screaming, guys. Yeah, indeed, there was a transition, and also the commentary that we we're listening to vanish. Can we hear the commentary over the screaming?
We wanted the crash train car to be very disorienting. In early tests, players felt that it was too confusing and too hard to navigate. That feedback prompted us to tune it down a bit. By rearranging some of the geometry, we were able to create a banged-up, tilted environment that still offered a relatively unobstructed path to Alex.
There you go. Come on out. Okay, I'm pulling it now. Pulling, not pushing. Let's go. Time to go, Alex. Let's hustle. Let's go. We're gonna duck through this thing, and then there's gonna be a load screen. Lowlife, next chapter. Let's go. We're like to chapter 3 of 5. So you can see like most of the around half the game is Citadel. These are like the parking garage of the Citadel. This I believe this part plays around with some darkness. Like this is a dark section basically.
On foot to a train station. Let's head for the surface.
Right, yeah, this is like a random parking garage slash subway station that we fight through. As I say that, I'm remembering a bunch about it. This is a whole big chunk of this. I forget if like the bug stuff is in this part, the antlion hive is in this part, or the next, or part 2. But yeah.
First, Alex is visibly shaken, which once again humanizes her. But she also states the player's goal for the second half of the game: climb to the surface and get to the train station.
That's the whole goal? Just get to the train station? Okay. I mean, I guess that is exactly what they said at the start, right? Like, the goal here is to get out of Dodge. We're getting out of, before the Citadel explodes. Oh, that's totally the ending, isn't it? Also, it's been a minute. I was totally wondering earlier, like, how the fuck do you end this? Of course, we're gonna be on a train going away from the Citadel, and it's gonna go boom. Like in the distance. Yeah, they're out of bullets. That's funny. Mine's still good though. Don't get up. This is the chapter where we get a regular gun, right? This is where we're getting a regular gun. I remember episode 2, there's the big Strider battle at the end, and there's also like a bunch of car stuff.
Blind as a bat without that flashlight on.
The sprints and the flashlight still take the same meter, by the way. If you're wondering. That decision was not reversed in between part 1 and the episodes. Definitely would be if they made an AA3, right? I mean, I don't know, like... Where's, Wait, there's lore behind, like Gordon Freeman being a duct walker, like in the past. That's not how I do stuff. In my life, I've never been in a duct. If anyone in chat has ever been in a duct, sneaking through an air duct or whatever, let me know. I imagine they're not that, you can't really fit in them that good. You'd have to be like a small child. Or like a... You'd have to be like a small child really to fit, right? Can't imagine it's as cozy as as like traversable as in games and
Before
stuff.
we armed players with traditional weapons, we wanted to give them a chance to appreciate Alex's combat abilities. Toward that goal, we created a very specific combat style for the early parts of the journey outside the Citadel. Dark,
Great.
tense, surrounded by zombies, and either weaponless or starved for ammo, so that players needed to rely on the gravity gun, and more importantly, Alex. This is where players finally get a weapon. Since the door only opens when the padlock is shot, players can't proceed without finding the pistol.
Aha!
It's effectively a weapon gate. Once
Or the
players
shotgun.
are through the door, we can be sure they've got a pistol.
I was about to say, like, you know, it is cool, the gravity gun, and, like, zombie-based gravity gun combat, but, like, after 2 hours? 2 hours, jeez, this is, hopefully we're... I did start early because I knew that this could go, somewhat long. Oh, crap, I am just realizing that I am on top of the aux power. Shit, 1 second here. Let me raise myself. I'm gonna throw to a break. I'm gonna fix a couple things, and then we'll be back. Alright, I've been moved up accordingly, just a bit. And also, if people want to throw Pikmin at me, it will, you know, not miss the mark, which is important, considering... Well, it's not that important, but, you know, I like to have it all be correct and good. I did realize when doing it, there's not that much difference between this position and the, this slightly customized position and the, one that I've had for years and years, but, whatever, man. This one is slightly more correct for this versus this, which is just slightly a little bit too high. You know, it doesn't... Actually, wait, what if I have both the flashlight and the sprint going? It's still mostly fine. You can't have 3 things at once, right? Okay, fine. We'll use this one. This is completely out of the way of everything. Okay. It's good and good. Let's listen to the commentary note and continue.
Originally, the player couldn't operate the power boxes, and would have to wait for Alex to do it. We thought it'd be entertaining to watch Alex do some cool thing while you protected her. Unfortunately, that didn't work out. Playtesters were more annoyed than entertained. The other problem was that having Alex committed to a particular activity while action was still going on in the world tended to quickly expose her most robotic tendencies. She'd either ignore what was going on,
Found 2 guns.
or completely stop whatever activity the player was waiting for her to finish. Either way, it was unconvincing and frustrating. What we learned here was that whenever Alex commits to some action in a dynamic environment, she needs to finish it quickly and move on.
Let's see now. Right, it's D-pad to navigate the menus and all that. Right, yeah, a big gimmick here is that, like, Alex shoots what you light up, so, you know, you can use her to do most of the damage here. I think that's a cool idea, and it's good for this one part. You know, I would say that this is a better idea than the whole balls and sockets that made up the core of the Citadel. Yes.
The darkness in this area has a few real gameplay benefits. It slows the player down, which most of the time keeps Alex at your side. The claustrophobia, the close-in combat, and Alex's constant presence and reliance on your flashlight help enhance the tension and your sense of camaraderie. In the dark, the limit of...
There's going to be a line about her going like this.
The flashlight battery adds an extra layer
Calling
of
it now.
resource management to the tactics of combat.
One of these nodes is going to be about her reacting dynamically to flashlight and face.
Initially, the player wasn't going to have a weapon here. The combination of no weapon and near total darkness forced the player to use the flashlight to direct Alex's fire. We liked the idea that you can interact with Alex in a meaningful way, using elements that were already built into the interface. Unfortunately, playtesters didn't like not having a weapon, so we added weapons back in. Luckily, it turned out that, even armed, players tended to still use and enjoy the flashlight mechanic.
Antlion's here? The Combine's defense field must have collapsed. Makes sense if it was powered by the Citadel.
Kind of annoying that the flashlight keeps going out. That's, you know... there was a commentary note in Half-Life 2 where they explained why that decision was the way it was. And funny enough, the reason was mostly performance. If you had the flashlight on in a lot of places, if you just like came out of a dark area and kept the flashlight on even though you didn't need it anymore, you would be using like performance budget. You'd be using like extra memory, like rendering unnecessarily. And that was a drain on performance. And they wanted to make sure that it would turn off on its own accord if left on. Kinda silly if that was like the whole thing, but you know, fucking one light would break the budget back then. It was, you know, barely the 360 era, or not even, like a few years before the 360. Like, this is... When was this, actually? Because I know Episode 2 was like 2007. The original was 2004. Was this 2005 or 2006? Yeah, seriously.
Are you still there?
I'm in a area that's like lit up right here. You can see me.
If you don't like Alex, you're not going to have much fun with Episode 1.
I do like
so
Alex.
Being likable was one of our most crucial design goals. Little moments like the Zombine joke are designed to make Alex more endearing. Since we like to multitask,
also a good name for it.
Also had the practical purpose of introducing a new monster. The success of the scene relied on a combination of dialogue, voice acting, and animation. Surprisingly, lighting was really important too. Under red light, Alex's self-deprecating groan looked more like she was sneering at the player for not getting the joke. Changing the lighting to blue and then adjusting the direction of the light so that it changed the shadows on her face fixed the problem.
It's important that monsters get very deliberate introductions, since players are going to interact with them a lot.
Yeah, we're gonna get a scene, so we should
Generally, we let the player
wait
first see a new monster in a safe environment.
for the commentary.
So they can start thinking about it before they have to fight it.
Now we go in. What happens if I turn my flashlight on Alex? Will that ruin the look of her face?
A Combine zombie. That's like a zombine, right?
Yeah, it works.
Zombine, get it?
Yeah, the smirk works.
Okay. Crap! Look out!
He's got a grenade. Yeah, that's the gimmick with the zombines. They explode. It's a good gimmick. Zombines. I feel like the Zombines were the best enemy introduced in Episode 1. I say that. Is there the antlion stuff later in the game? There's some cool stuff in the antlion den, I'll say.
The soundtrack here was created for the introduction of a new adversary, the Combine Zombie, or Zombine. Discordant guitar tones and bends, and a lo-fi fast beat work in the background of this encounter to create an off-balance and disturbing loop.
That's cool. They kind of amble like horses a little bit. Is that the comparison that anyone else would use, or just me?
For Episode 1, we implemented a scripting component called the Response Rules System for dynamically managing NPC speech. We wanted to take NPC speech out of the hands of the programmers and let the writers control it. The writers were able to set up a wide range of situationally triggered character responses. For instance, Alex has different reactions to different enemies, can warn the player of danger, calls for help when she's mobbed, and will ask for light. The combat responses worked out great, but it's especially satisfying when Alex's comments in some situation mirror your own thoughts. The writers really went crazy with this, so be on the lookout for lots of little Easter egg responses to unusual situations.
Also, by the way, if you don't like Alex, you won't like this game. Yeah, that's something that the Metroid Prime 3 team could have, oh, hello, thought about a little bit, perhaps. Considered. Haven't thrown shade on them in like a good hour or so. A little bit more shade their way, I
We
think.
always try to exploit a feature as much as possible throughout a game. For instance, these flares. They're an exploration reward. They've got a simple, satisfying interaction with the gravity gun, and they're a good tactical alternative to the flashlight. Finally, they're a weapon that will ignite zombies, which in turn become a new light source.
Well, that's pretty cool. I should try that. Hello. Hi. Shoot him, please. It's good that she's actually good at shooting, and it's not just like pretend, like so many other like escort mission motherfuckers. Let's see, have we gotten everything? I think so. Probably going through a good deal slower considering... Hi. Highs. Considering that, we're doing the commentary and all that and stopping every time that, comes up. But, it's interesting and good, and I like to do it. And, oh, I recommend it. Shit. Again, going through the whole orange box, listening to every commentary node that I could find. Something I did probably more than once when I was, a teenager. This came out when I was 17 on the orange box, so I can't say when I was a kid. That's not what I was, but you know what I mean, right? I was a high schooler. I was a young lad. I was young and dumb. Right, fuse box. Let there be light. God said that. That was God. God and Wheatley. Mostly God. Okay, I turned on a light. Now what? Now where? Ugh. How are we doing tonight? Are we good? Just want to make sure something, and then yeah, let's continue on trucking. Ugh. Ah, here we go. The security door opened when we did the thing. Poison head crabs are back. Multiple of them. A whole bunch of them. Not gonna get me, though. This will be about the poison head crabs.
Poison head crabs are ideal for ambushes because they startle you but can't actually kill you. Here, after a series of right-hand turns, you round a corner into a dead end. While you're cracking open a box of goodies, you're ambushed by poison head crab. Constructing the ambush this way increased the odds that you wouldn't see the crab, but you would hear it just in time to turn around as it leapt at your head.
Dead. I was very pragmatic about that, but I was still surprised by head crabs 2 and 3. And the dead one after the fact.
The antlion hole training is unusual because it requires the player to learn a new skill in combat. This is a rare case where training occurs under duress, so Alex states the problem and helps in the fight without giving away the solution.
Okay, do that, Alex. Show me what you say. Show me what you say, Alex! They keep on coming out of the hole. What are you gonna say? Say your line, like the dialogue said, like the commentary said. Alex, are you not gonna say the line? I thought... I'm out of bullets, Alex, so... I gotta solve the puzzle. Okay, I got it, Alex. Maybe your line was preempted by the commentary being going or something. The antlions appeared after the commentary stopped, but, no, don't mind. Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? Usually... Well, actually, burrows are, are like just big patches of sand you couldn't possibly cover up, but you know, when it's just a small hole, like, yeah, no, it's easy. I'm like all out of ammunition, by the way, so please continue shooting things for me, Alex. Ooh. Alright, let's keep going. Let's plug up more holes. I remember there being like a big parking garage at the end of this. Probably let's just leave this stuff in place because these guys, or future guys... I'm trying to back up! It was a bad idea to leave them! Please shoot them so I can run from the grenade dudes. I'll help. Ah! Not helping. I really want to help. I really do. I really want to help, Alex. I have no ammo. All I can do is toss a barrel at them. And try not to get eaten. I'll just let you handle it. Okay, I think we're good. Let's go. And I think the guys have been thoroughly killed now. Oh wait, didn't I get some ammo just now? Yeah, I got some pistol ammo. I just realized that. Ah, well. Listen to this commentary.
She played alongside Alex for much of episode 1, so her combat really needed to look varied and exciting. We especially wanted to get her into some kind of convincing physical contact with her enemies. We'd always wanted to do this kind of dynamic character interactions, but getting the NPCs into position for their interactions has a pretty wide-ranging set of problems. So we ended up taking an opportunistic approach for episode 1, where instead of figuring out how to maneuver characters into proximity, the system monitors their positions and fires the appropriate animations whenever it notices that they're correctly aligned.
That's pretty cool.
Given how well these interactions worked out between Alex and zombies, headcrabs and antlions, we're really looking forward to extending this kind of behavior to all of our NPCs.
Yeah, that's pretty dope. That's impressive even in like the modern day. You know, like I think like the Uncharted games are... I think the Uncharted games do similar stuff like that, and maybe, you know... Now it's kind of old hat, like making NPCs and interact naturally, but it's still a lot of work and still like something that a lot of games don't bother with. You know, making that natural, making it look good. That's exceptional no matter what generation it is. I think this is the... This looks familiar. This might be the finale of this whole big area. This might be the last... I remember, if I'm not mistaken, there was a commentary note about, like, the white box process. There'll be, like, an example of, like, I remember in this area seeing a... Guys, please stop being dicks about this.
We generally design and prototype the basic gameplay in a level before we apply much art to it. Throughout the first several months of playtesting this garage map, the geometry was nothing more than basic shapes and textures. After
Yeah, I remember this one.
most of the gameplay elements, we began to flesh out the visuals for the area.
They're gonna go through the different renderings of this.
Reference pictures of various garages. From these shots, we pulled out everything we liked and that we thought we could pull off well. We combined these visual highlights into what we call a style guide map, which is a standalone map with no gameplay that we use strictly as visual reference. For this level, we actually made two style guides, one a destroyed garage, the other intact. After the look was established, we brought the playable map's visual quality up to the level of the style guide. Often a map's geometry needs to be changed as the art goes in because areas that worked in the abstract version no longer make sense in a map that now looks like a real place. For instance, the side rooms where two of the cars are hidden were moved several times in order to make them feel more naturally part of the parking garage.
Huh. Yeah, this side room does look pretty natural. Did a good job with it. Go away. Please go away. Yeah, so we're taking these cars and we're putting them onto the holes. Not quite, not quite. There we go. Cars in the hole. Very good. Here's another commentary note.
Parking garage is where the antlion burrow training pays off. Because we've taught the player the burrow blocking mechanic earlier in a less hectic environment, the problem here becomes not what to do with the burrows, but where to find the cars to block them while fighting off a horde of antlions. The burrows themselves went through several iterations.
That's smart.
At first, playtesters had a hard time seeing them, and once they'd push the car onto one, they often weren't sure if the hole was actually sealed.
There's the third one.
We solved both of these problems by adding a particle effect to the burrows. This effect makes them recognizable even at a distance, and its absence is a clear indication that the burrow is blocked.
Seems like they're freezing when the commentary is playing. That's nice. I remember Half-Life 2, its commentary system. I believe what it did was it just made you invulnerable while commentary nodes were I am not invulnerable, obviously, for multiple reasons. So I need to kill this guy. Half-Life 2 makes you invulnerable while commentary is playing, but I think this just doesn't do that, for the record. Which is fine, it's cool, hey, it's fine. I can just be good at the game. I can use skill. Does that say... No, it doesn't say drunk. Okay, it's blocked. You can tell because of the particle effects. Very cool, very cool. We're like, what, 2.5 hours in? I would say right now, based on the chapters and stuff, I would say we're like halfway through. I think at this rate we'll finish around the 5-hour mark, which will be 11 p.m. Not bad, as far as like a time to end. But I will say, based on how long this is going, I think I will want to delay episode 2 a bit and not do that next week on Tuesday, but instead do it sometime in the future when either I'm willing to do 2 weeks in a row, you know, do 1 week, one half, and then the next week the second half, or more likely a day that I have off where I can go the distance and do the whole thing in one. I think that makes sense. I think that episode 2 is probably going to take us like 7-8 hours at this current pace, if I had to guess, with the commentary to consider. So yeah, we'll look for like President's Day or something, and we'll start it early. Then, always like these like little beam, this garage map, and it's like beam walkways. I mean, provided that Alex isn't blocking me from using the beams, it's a pretty cool way to like lay out a level and to make for some interesting traversal of a space. Especially under duress earlier when the antlions are all flying and buzzing around. It's pretty cool. This is a great room, and they should be proud. Yeah, let's aim for next week. Or let's delay next week's stream, and I'll tell you what, next week on Wednesday. Hi. Next week, we'll do Split Gates, new Battle Arena, whatever, on Wednesday when it launches. And that'll be like the midweek stream of the week. We'll keep it nice and simple that week. Just Sunday and Wednesday and then Friday, so yeah. That'll be more reasonable. And I've been thinking that we've been doing a bunch of streams. More than I good to lighten the schedule a little bit, considering. Feel like there's been a bit much going on. Hey, buddy. Just die. Man, this game does look great, though. Really love the way the water looks in the darkness. And you know, also how it looks in the light. Both look fantastic, which is, you know, important because sometimes your light will run out and you will have to see it in the dark, and it's kind of very effective. They had a good lighting engine. Valve does.
Episode 1 is our first project to use HDR lighting heavily in dark.
Ooh, and it's HDR. What did that mean at the time? Honestly, I don't think that means what it means now, which is like, oh, it's a special TV that has really bright brights and really dark darks. That's like, no, I think it just means that they did the math differently to make it look better.
The interaction between the flashlight and the auto exposure calculations done for HDR.
Yeah, just different calculations.
In dark areas where the flashlight was the only source of illumination, we found that we'd often end up with grossly overexposed views. We ended up compensating for this by using a different set of exposure parameters when the flashlight was turned on. In particular, we drastically shrunk the region of the screen examined for exposure calculations, which permitted us to concentrate only on the much smaller area lit by the flashlight.
Huh.
I don't believe it. An actual elevator. I would have said
I'm remembering this. This is twigging something in my memory.
This area is the dramatic culmination of...
I've worked with electricity a time or two, and I'm pretty sure the sparking wire must be connected to a power supply.
Okay.
This area is the dramatic culmination of all the lightless combat that comes before it. We wanted to create a dynamic fight that lasted several minutes while you waited for the elevator to arrive. The first iteration of this battle was very different from what we eventually shipped. The space was larger, had water in it, and wasn't completely dark. Water is relatively expensive performance-wise, so we cut that in favor of more zombies. We made the
Probably
level
the right
smaller
decision.
to ensure that the player would see the elevator and recognize the problem that needed to be solved before the fight started. We killed the lights both to enhance tension and to make this scene a final test of the dark fighting skills that the player develops over the course of the episode. Finally, we added a wire running along the ceiling from the elevator to the power box to give players a guide as they familiarize themselves with the area.
Okay, let's listen to all these commentary nodes before the battle. Probably be hard to do it mid-battle.
In early versions of the episode, Alex was much more vocal about giving the player hints. However, playtests showed it was much more satisfying for the players when Alex stated a goal and then stepped aside until that goal was accomplished. Because of that feedback, almost all of Alex's hint lines were cut. Eventually, though, we discovered through more playtesting that although players didn't like having Alex hand them unsolicited hints, they did want to be able to explicitly request help from her.
That's true.
We added some of the hint dialogue back in, but it's only accessible at the player's request by
I will say sometimes in Metroid Prime 4, I would mind a hint. You know, like, oh, the game showed me something, but I didn't see it, and now I have to figure out where I have to guide my beam, and I have no idea. I would appreciate a more helpful hint when that sort of thing happens. Very seldomly is the hint actually helpful. I actually end up just looking at a guide or walkthrough, and when you make a game with NPCs as chatty, as advice-ready as in Metroid Prime 4, and people still have to go check a guide when it's not obvious what to do, you fucked up. You double fucked up. You made it too handholdy, and also you let go at just the wrong moment, apparently. Or what's the fucking metaphor there? The person whose hand you're holding is also lost? I guess? That's sort of a metaphor.
using Alex. Unfortunately, we learned these hint lessons late in the development cycle and didn't have time to properly train players for this feature. We plan to integrate the hint-on-demand dialogue more thoroughly in future episodes.
I wonder if episode 2 has that, like, all throughout. I assume it must, since they said it in a thing. Yeah, my flashlight ran out. You know how that is. These flashlights really suck.
Our art and gameplay standards encourage players to build a visual dictionary that defines how they expect things to work in the Half-Life world. For instance, even though the door to the power box room is metal and would probably have a metal crossbar holding it shut, we guard it with a wooden plank. Because we've been consistent throughout the game, the player should recognize that a wooden plank can be both broken and manipulated with a gravity gun, properties that wouldn't be immediately apparent about a metal bar.
Okay. Is that it? Have we exhausted all the commentary? Let me just, like, probably good to wipe these dudes all out as well before we begin. Let me make extra sure that we've cleared the premises. Yeah, that's the first one over there. You can see it's gray and all that. All right, let's go ahead and start the thing. Let's do the puzzle. Gotten a bunch of collectibles and all that. I think we're ready to go. Ooh.
We're really
Last
happy
one.
with the Zombine's renee behavior. It adds sudden danger spikes to the zombie horde, which
It
forces
does.
players to quickly reprioritize their target. And since the player can grab a grenade out of the Zombine thing with a gravity gun, these danger spikes can be converted into offensive opportunities. This kind of turnaround skill shot creates some dynamic, satisfying hero moments for the player. Originally, we didn't allow the player to snipe zombie grenades because we fairly broke the fiction of the gravity gun. If players could grab a zombies grenade, why couldn't they grab the Combine soldiers' guns? After playtesting the grenade still though, fun won out over consistency.
Yeah, also like the zombines, you know, they're dinguses. They barely have a hold on their whole situation. I can believe that you can get something out of their hands, whereas like the Combine soldiers, they're holding on tight to their fucking shit. You know, they're not letting go. Here we go, big finale. Why am I almost dead already? What blew up in my face there? I need to find some health before I die. Health, 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 health. Health, health, health. Hello. I think there's some health over here. Oh god. You know my flashlight is always expiring, right? How about we hide in here?
What's taking so long?
That guy was just standing there. Maybe they can't see in the dark either. Maybe if we turn the lights off, they'll just go like, where did he go? Hello? Hi.
It's here. Oh, let's go.
All right. That was pretty fast. I thought it was gonna be like a minute or two of shooting, but that was like maybe half a minute, maybe like 30, 40 seconds. Goodbye, zombies. See you in the next part. Maybe. Probably. I think we're done with zombies for now. I think that's like the zombie finale. I think we're on to the 4th chapter. Can't shoot that guy. Chapter 4, Orban Flight. Okay, I guess we're back into City 17 again. That's like the... Yeah, I think that the I think we have 2 chapters here in City 17, and that's how this ends. I've completely forgotten about both of these chapters. Honestly, I remembered the Citadel, I remembered the nighttime, and I guess episode 2 starts with the antlion gimmick, the antlion part. I see, we have to go get the... I know what we're doing here. Maybe not. Oh, there it is. Okay. Thought we could get that one, but no, it's stuck to the wall and all that. Hey, I found it.
See if the crank still works.
You do it. She's not gonna do it. I got it. I got it.
Come on, Gordon, crank that thing.
I'm on it. I'm doing it.
Let's get to the train yard before the Citadel blows.
Yeah, right. Isn't there like a whole train yard bit where you're like escorting dudes, like one at a time or something? Like you're trying to get all your rebels into the trains. Oh, jeez. City 17 sure looks different. Dang.
I've never been happier to see Dr. Kleiner.
I'm not sure what the thumbnail is going to be, but yeah, no, that is a pretty iconic sight. I think I made that the thumbnail of the live stream version. I did like the bit earlier where Alex was in a car, and it was in the car about to be thrown in. That's pretty iconic of, like, the early game. But, yeah, good, well-lined up shot of Alex in that. Hard to beat that. Throw a commentary note in there, given the whole situation, or another option would be Dr. Kleiner over there. It's pretty cool how he's like on the Breen monitors now. This is also, I think, the title screen for this is the whole bit. Also, Breen is saying that we gotta get it on. We gotta get busy. The breeding selection, the breeding. Humanity is now able to breed again.
And purged of their humanity by the military machine. And those who resisted.
Pretty cool, iconic moment.
Still, I cannot overstate how important it is that we retain our humanity. Only this will allow us to hold together as we must for their inevitable return, and what is certain to be unimaginable retaliation. And, oh yes, if you missed any part of this message, it will loop repeatedly until there is no point in looping it any longer. I apologize for any inadvertent errors or omissions. As you can imagine, we have had scarcely time to record, let alone rehearse. What's that, Eli? Oh, right. This has been Dr. Isaac Kleiner, formerly of Black Mesa, now simply a citizen, like all of you of Earth. Let me just add to all those who can hear me now, as we struggle out of the shadow of our malefactors, welcome back to the light.
That's the end of it.
Now, where did I put that calculator?
Start it over. Start it over. We didn't see some of it. I was talking about thumbnails or some such.
Careful, Lamar.
This is totally, you know, totally the sort of thing that you have like in a line at like Universal Studios or something. Again, the Half-Life ride at like Six Flags or whoever would want it would be pretty dope. Assuming that they went in on the queue. Six Flags doesn't go in on the queue. It'll be just switchbacks. It'll be just switchbacks.
Although I believe there is little need to explain recent developments to our Vortigaunt allies. At any rate, first, as a matter of great urgency, if you find yourself still within the confines of City 17,
yeah, get the fuck out.
You are well advised to leave the city at once by the fastest means available to you. We have restored service to much of the commuter transport system in order to carry citizens out of the city as quickly as possible. We have also established camps and triage areas in the surrounding environs. I repeat, you must evacuate the city at once. While there was certainly a great benefit in destroying the Citadel's teleport core, we have detected one rather unfortunate side effect.
It's gonna blow up, yeah.
It appear an inevitability that very soon now, the Citadel will be consumed in a destructive event whose magnitude I cannot currently estimate with any certainty.
Yeah, it looks really bad.
Say that it will almost certainly irradiate an area of many miles radius.
Chernobyl,
I repeat,
but worse.
Evacuate City 17 at once, if not sooner. I cannot state this without enough undue emphasis.
Yep.
Note, if you are already in one of our designated safe zones, I feel obliged to point out that a more fortunate side effect of the reactor's destruction is the complete removal of the Combine's reproductive suppression field. Previously, certain protein chains important to the process of embryonic development were selectively prevented from forming. This is no longer the case. For those so inclined, now would be an excellent time for procreation. Which is to say, in layman's terms, you should give serious consideration to doing your part for the revival of the species. We must make the most of the time we have, as it is by no means certain how much time we have secured ourselves before the Combine attempt to restore their dominion, as they certainly shall.
I don't know if you have 9 months, but okay. It's been, I guess, 20 years, so maybe...
There is much ground to cover, and in fact, I hope to institute a series of useful bulletins in the days ahead. However, for now, we will have to content ourselves with some relatively meager exposition. The destabilization of the City-17 reactor has had repercussions that were not entirely unexpected, although...
Okay, I think we're getting to the point where we came in on.
The destructive pulse forced a damper on the entire network of linked Citadel reactors. Thus, for the time being, I believe that all Combine portals have failed completely, as well as all communications systems based on that technology.
So they're not coming in then.
In short,
there's not reinforcements.
Completely cut off. Combine forces currently stationed on Earth are now isolated units, stranded.
That's pretty important.
However, this is most likely a temporary state of affairs.
That's
we
bad.
Learned to our dismay, even the relatively tiny fracture at Black Mesa gave our enemies an opening which they were able to force ever wider as they poured through in greater and greater numbers. In addition to the completely xenotheric species, there are many modified post-human allies still remaining on Earth who will be doing their utmost to re-establish lines of communication and supply with the larger forces.
They're brainwashing all.
There is greater reason for hope now than at any time in the past decade.
Yeah.
We have made, in secret, several technological advances which we will do our best to deploy in advance of the Combine's return. We continue to diligently assemble and
man, that'd be cool.
Of scientists and technicians.
Imagine if that came to fruition and we got to see this whole war play out.
But our will, our intellect, our ability to respond selectively and rationally to every terror they turn against us.
Alas.
Our firmest hope in the human spirit, even knowing how easily it may be shattered. We have all seen friends and family crushed by the Combine. Some of our neighbors have allowed themselves to be
Jeez, this is really long, huh?
purged of their humanity by the military machine. And those who resisted have met a most terrible fate. Still, I cannot overstate how important it is that we retain our humanity. Only this will allow us to hold together as we must for their inevitable return. And what is certain to be unimaginable retaliation.
Okay, I think this is about where we came in.
If you missed any part of this message,
yep, okay.
It will loop repeatedly until there is no point in looping.
This City-17 vista is an explicit visual reward for surviving the elevator battle.
Yeah,
Since
I feel rewarded.
Playtesters told us that we weren't
Seriously.
communicating just how damaged the city was. This sweeping view of an extremely messed up City-17 serves a practical purpose, as well as being a nice moment of calm between storms. The framing of your first view of the Citadel in this vista space is very deliberate.
Pretty amazing, yeah.
We included various leading elements, such as wires and light poles, that all drive the player's eye to the Citadel.
Later in the level, there's a Combine gunner protected behind some metal plates, just like the ones blocking the player's way here. We placed them here as a training tool to remind players that the gravity gun can grab and detach these things.
One thing we try to do when we're integrating storytelling and gameplay, something that's become a hallmark of ours, is to include non-linear bits of narrative.
It's kind of sad, them saying it's become a hallmark of theirs when you just think, like, 20 years later, you know, just like, yeah, they stopped making games at a certain point. Man, if there were more Half-Life and Portals and Left 4 Dead's, I mean, obviously, I think some of the Left 4 Dead people left and went on to do less good games. Hey, Rock Party, how you doing?
Things that action-oriented
sad,
don't have to
sad,
do, but that are available to players who want to
How you
learn more
doing?
about the background of the story. Kleiner's broadcasts on the public address monitors are a good example of this method. Apart from the strong visual image of Dr. Kleiner replacing his former boss on the giant screens, his speech conveys a lot of dense information about the state of the world and how things have changed due to the events of Half-Life 2. We settled on this particular location for the Kleiner cast as one of the few logical places where players can watch in peace or move on to the next encounter. It's essentially a footnote embedded in the world, which makes this a footnote on a footnote.
Cute. Yeah, that's a great part. Definitely one of the more iconic parts of episode 2, Just like him going up on the monitors, the city being destroyed. I remember very little of the rest of this chapter, or the rest of this chapter of episode 1, so let's carry on our way. These guys don't shoot. I'm not gonna waste my ammo on them. You're welcome to shoot them if you wish. This area, is this the same area that was in episode 1, or sorry, Half-Life 2 original?
Repelling soldiers presented a difficult training problem because we found it's tough to focus the player's attention upward. This entire alley was carefully designed to ensure that the player would see the descending soldiers. First, we framed the soldiers with a straight line of buildings. Then we had them run across the rooftops so they were starkly silhouetted against the sky before they dropped down in front of the lightly colored buildings. Finally, we added a distinctive sound to the repelling action so that the players would recognize it later in the game.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I liked how obvious they were as they were coming down. Like, they were very, very noticeable, very distinct, etc. I got a submachine gun. Cool. A weird part about this episode is a lot of it is just like slowly working your guns back up to full. You know, just starting with very few guns, with no gun, getting a couple guns, and now as we're getting back into the city, we'll start getting some, you know, some more guns and stuff. Time for more antlion hole filling.
Character AI is all about putting on a good show. As we neared the end of production, we were still unhappy with the way that Alex handled herself in combat. The most common thing she did was run backwards while shooting at the enemy. It was fairly realistic, but kind of boring. So we added crouching and aiming at the last minute, and though it didn't really change her combat effectiveness in any functional way, it made her a whole lot more fun to watch. And this is a really good example of how these relatively minor presentation and behavior changes can often have a really major impact on entertainment value.
That's how you do it, huh, Freeman?
That's cool. Ah, another hole to fill.
The Post-Half-Life 2 look of City 17 was difficult to nail down, and we went through many changes. We wanted to establish several things, primarily that this was a different part of the same city with a slightly different atmosphere, and that it had been severely damaged. This street was a test bed for a lot of our visual design work. First, we built an intact street, then we beat up certain removing them entirely so that no construction was visible in the distance. We did initial lighting tests in the game engine and then took screenshots of various locations. Using Photoshop, we manipulated those screenshots to establish a color scheme. Photoshop lets us quickly iterate through all kinds of skies, lighting styles.
It does look really good.
The environmental lighting colors that we ended up with were based on some photo references of the sun filtering through smoke from a forest fire. Some falling ash effects and a closer than usual fog plane helped sell the effect.
Mine traps were
Hello.
great, but they were sort of hard to justify given the total chaos of City 17. Even though we couldn't use it a lot, they made sense.
I cannot hear what that said. What?
Trip mine traps are great, but they were sort of hard to justify given
Trip
the
mine
chaos of
traps.
City 17. Even though we couldn't use trip mines a lot, they made sense in this interrupted ambush scene.
Oh, these guys were trying to do an ambush. Okay. Yep. A little bit of moderation there. Don't mind if I do. I like move these out of the way so I can go past. If I duck, I am not short enough. I am not ducked enough to go under. Okay, lesson learned. Trip mines. Oh wow, this is a bit ago. This is a couple minutes ago. Okay. Also, I turned around. Nice to have to not worry about the flashlights anymore. It's just a basic sprint meter now.
The post-Half-Life 2 look of City 17 was difficult to nail down and went through many changes.
Okay, we don't actually need those play anymore. We just need to cover these holes up. Yep. Hup. Oh, that's cool. More interaction with her. Is there a car convenient for the purpose of covering up that hole? Let me go grab a car. This one looks good. Are there guys in these windows? It looks like there's guys in some of these windows, but all good. Damn it. There we go. No. There we go. That's...
Good job sealing the burrows.
Hi guys, how's it going? You setting up some trip mines? That's more like it. Okay. That's what I wanted to happen the first time. I should have just shot the trip mines rather than trying to be funny about it. Trying to use subtlety. Trying to traverse. Everything is on fire now. Admittedly. That's fine. These pipes, physics puzzle? You know, it occurs to me, this whole thing, we haven't seen a damn physics puzzle this whole time. Not this whole, hours and hours of episode 1 so far, no physics puzzles. Other than maybe taking taking some planks off a wall. That's, Hey, remember when physics puzzles were really cool and good? It's one of Half-Life 2's claims to fame. We need some heavy objects here. How about a chunk of rock? Here we go. That was a physics puzzle. Use a chunk of rock. Give me a chair. Chair would have done.
Head upstairs.
I could probably ran through that fire. Oh hey, those guys again. Let's do the hacking thing and see what this commentary says.
Permanently seals the cafe door, which has a few benefits. From a design perspective, we found that when we limit the amount of backtracking players can do, it gives them confidence to move forward. And from a practical standpoint, we can clean up the now unreachable entities, giving us a big reduction in overhead. It also helps to minimize potential bugs and exploits.
Man, yeah, with Half-Life 2 and its episodes, a lot of its design, a lot of its loads and like area to area design just comes down to like, yeah, it was not practical to have that big of a world in memory. You had to just keep on resetting and starting fresh and etc. etc.
Originally, the player didn't get any weapons until the end of this map, so roller mines were the only way to kill the soldiers. As we added more content to previous levels, it became impractical for players to be without a gun for so long. As a result, players get weapons much earlier now.
Yeah, I guess the originally idea was for this to be a whole big giant roller mine bit. I'll say I think they made the right decision. Like this episode, you know, I feel like this episode already goes pretty long without weapons. perhaps even too long, one might say. But, you know, even that was... even like that was a compromise. Even that was like something they didn't quite want to go for. Even that was like more than they initially planned. Funny. What? Hi, Sniper. Can I take care of you somehow? Hey, fellow. There we go. Good job, mines. That means they're about to explode. Oh, grenades. Could have also used grenades there.
Nice toss, Gordon. That sniper almost took my head.
You mean to the nest, right? Yes, of the spinner mine thing. You don't mean that grenade I just sort of whiffed onto the ground right there. That was not a nice throw. That was a total accident. Where'd she go?
Uh-oh. They've got the street fortified up ahead.
Oh, I remember this part.
You run point, okay? I'll cover you from up here till you reach
She's taking up the sniper rifle.
Coast is clear, I'll catch up. Okay, looks like I can get that ladder down to you. Let me shoot out the latch.
See, look at this. She's sniping now.
A little rusty with this rifle. Nope, guess I'm not.
Now we know that's her doing it, and we can, you know, use it as our partner in killing
One of the
dudes.
primary design goals of Episode 1 was to convey the sense that Alex and the player are a team. This sniper sequence provides an opportunity for Alex to offer combat support in a cool new way. It also gives the player a chance to watch zombies get sniped up close and from various angles.
Nice! Yeah, this is pretty nice. You know, so long as they come out into the open, I don't got nothing to worry about. I don't have to fire a shot, even. That's pretty cool. That first encounter went pretty well. Let's see some more. I think you'll have to do things like use the gravity gun to take dudes to take like to like open walls and stuff and open doors or whatever. Like here. See, look at these. I opened these up and now she can snipe freely. Removing cover for the zombies. That's what this commentary note is going to be about.
Players didn't have any weapons in the original version of this map. That made it a lot more important to remove the boards with the gravity gun so that Alex could snipe the zombies. Once weapons were added though, the sky bridge became less of a puzzle and more of a straightforward combat event. We added more zombies to increase the challenge, but pulling the boards off is still the most fun way to get through this section.
Yeah, really. Snipe better though. These guys made it past the boards. Oh good, they're killing themselves. Okay. Definitely had to shoot more of the guys, but she definitely helped there. That's cool. That's a quality part of the game. This is a great game, I'll say. Like, going in, I didn't remember, like, a lot of the sequences, and I do feel like, you know, between Episode 1 and Episode 2, I think Episode 2 has more memorable parts, generally. Though, at the same time, I do think Episode 2 is like a land of contrast, you know? I love a lot of it. I don't care for the Strider battle at the end. I find that to be, frustrating. Oh, I see. Haha! Dickhead. That's fucking good. This is, really fun and inventive parts. I think the train battle at the end of this, the train evacuation bit, I remember that being, I don't remember caring for that. I'll be honest. So we'll see how I feel when that comes up, but, we'll, in general, we'll find out what's what. Alright. How is it that they can get through the thing? I don't... It's science. It's not important. Alright, is the coast clear? Are we good? Yep, she's coming. That was fun. Let's do that again sometime. I mean, I'll say, like, this is doing a thing that I said earlier, which is like, yeah, you know, just have a one-off bit. It's one-off, it's memorable, it doesn't have to be that long. And it fits within the constraints of a one-session game.
Hey.
Alex, go ahead and open the way.
Glad that's over.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, God. Looks like the reactor's back on track for a meltdown. That transmission's going out after all.
Yep. They undid the 3 special things.
But we really don't have time. Okay,
All
let's
right.
get in. Come on.
We're going in. Hi, friend. Oh, that doesn't explode. Seriously, this doesn't explode? Is it heavy at least? Will it kill them? It does kill. I'll take it. Washing machine. Oh, I can't lift that. That's too heavy. I would absolutely kill someone with a washing machine in Half-Life 2 Episode 1 if I could. Absolutely. Definitely in Half-Life 2 Episode 1. No other context.
Our AI is inherently unscripted, which means that we have
Bad
to design
guys,
spaces that
specifically.
permit our characters to make good choices.
In Half-Life 2 Episode 1.
The AI is better able to make intelligent decisions when there are alternate routes through a combat space. This hallway started out as a straight-shot corridor with a door at the end for soldiers to enter through, but this design didn't provide the AI with enough choices to make the soldier behavior very interesting. Adding an additional space on the side allowed them to find cover and flank the player, both of which dramatically improved the entertainment value of this encounter.
I mean, AI aside, I think an interesting space to navigate also improves the gameplay experience, just even with the most simple AI, even without AI. Just like interesting spaces, options for the player. I think both things are important to making something engaging. You know, you want to feel like you're making your own decisions. And if you're not, what are you doing? You know? I mean, you're probably playing like a light Kaizo or something, which is fine and good. Light Kaizos are fine and good, but I do find in a traditional game type, traditional level type situation, decisions, little optimizations, different routes, subtle, different choices that a player can make really help enhance everything in general.
The first prototype of Episode 1's door...
If you don't know me, Mario Maker is one of the main things I do. And I've made, like, over 100 levels between 1 and 2 over the years.
Blast effect was here in the Combine garrison. Being peppered with chunks of wood while soldiers poured into the room through a haze of smoke proved to be an effective dramatic tool. It was also an excellent way to simultaneously ungate the player and flood the area with enemies. It was so unanimously successful in playtests that we ended up adding it in several places throughout the episode.
Hi! I like this gun. I want to be able to just keep shooting this gun. What's this one say?
We really felt the need in the combat crescendo. Antline guards make great boss challenges, and we decided to add some combine forces to the mix because watching AI characters fight each other is always entertaining. This setup had a few other benefits as well. These players had previously only fought alone against the guards. This was the first time they'd actually witnessed secondhand the effects of a guard headbutt. They'd also seen agency in action, in case there was any doubt, get definite proof that combine soldiers and antline guards don't get along, underscoring the collapse of combine dominance.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm happy the Antlion, Daddy won. Ah! I'm in a corner! You should be watching the Antlion, not me. I think they prefer... They're hoping the Antlion wins. It's like a Netflix Paramount situation where, like, in this metaphor... To the Combine, I'm like Paramount, and the Antlion King is like Netflix. You know? Like, obviously, there shouldn't be a big, massive media conglomerate that owns everything. But if you had to choose between Paramount and Netflix, yeah, it's Netflix. One of the two isn't in bed with the Trumps, which is nice. Though they are climbing into bed, to be fair, in order to get the deal they need to in order to get the deal they need for the acquisition. Seriously, these guys are fucking tough. Maybe if I like hide around the big car. No, the car's barely an obstacle to them. Is there a hole to cover? I think there's a hole to cover. Where's the hole? There it is. Always looking for the hole. I made that joke like dozens of times before in my life. I don't know. Hole humor is always funny. Just. It's cheap. I know it's cheap heat. An easy, crack. An easy crack. That's phrasing. That's well phrased.
Antlion guard arenas have a few specific design requirements. For instance, since the guard is only armed with a melee attack, we can't let the player in a place that's inaccessible to the guard, such as high perches that the player could only arrive at after being launched by a guard headbutt. The arenas also need plenty of physics objects for the guard to toss, at least one unlimited ammo crate, so that the player can't run out of ammunition before killing the guard.
Another hole. Another hole over there.
We also introduced a steady stream of regular Antlions to limit the player's ability to constantly circle the Antlion guard.
Yeah, those guys were annoying and stopped me. Made that boss that fight really hard. Here comes trouble. It's me, I'm trouble. Here I am. What's this one say?
In early versions of this area, there was no side passage off the street, and the Gassner Road was created by the gunship at the player later fights in the hospital attic. As development progressed, however...
What are they... Hang on, I can't hear this. I need to shoot these guys. Those guys down there. Shooting them. I need that health. Okay. Now we can listen to the commentary.
In early versions of this area, there was no side passage off the street, and the Gassner Road was created by the gunship that the player later fights in the hospital attic. As development progressed, however...
Oh, I forgot about the hospital.
Gameplay, story, and performance requirements made this initial design unworkable. The new side passage provided a short break in the combat tension after the boss battle, and also helped us stay within our performance budget.
Alright, let's go. Blow those all up real fast. Ooh. This has been real fun. What time is it now? It's 9:11. It's 9:12. We've been at it for just over 3 hours. Okay. We're on pace for like 5, maybe 4.5. I'm happy with that. I think we will delay episode 2 until What are we doing? Vents. I think we will delay episode 2 until later, until like maybe end of the month, maybe next month. I'll think about it. I think we'll let it... I'll think about it and then I'll have an answer by Okay, you don't want to just blow everything up in that room. It's a bad idea. Noted. Noted. The vent does not make you safe from explosions. I think a vent would probably protect you. No, realistically a vent would get like really bent out of shape. You'd get
Oh, back so soon?
I wanted to see where the other route led. Nowhere. It was a joke route. That's good. It's a good joke. Anyway, let's go deal with the the other situation now. I do notice I'm kind of covering up the crouch indicator a little bit, even with my new better position. It's fine. A lot of games don't even have an indicator. If you're crouching or not. And it's like absolutely fine. Honestly, maybe I could move back where I was. And like cover it up entirely. And that just might be cleaner. Yeah, if I do this, can you even see the crouch indicator? You can't at all. That's probably better, honestly. You don't need to see it. It's not important. And you can kind of tell that I'm crouching already. And it's not like halfway obscured, it's all the way obscured. Let's do that. Fuck it.
After the Antlion Guard fight, playtesters were reporting some combat fatigue. We decided to include an environmental puzzle here to break up the pacing before the subsequent street battle.
That was nice,
We originally
yeah.
worried that a densely packed room full of hopper mines, trip mines, and explosive barrels was a little too implausible. But playtesters loved the sudden reveal of the room and then enjoyed navigating it, so this ended up being another case where we accepted a trade-off between fun and maintaining a strictly consistent fiction.
No, yeah, it was very funny. It's very good.
At one point, this was the site of a physically simulated elevator puzzle. It was kind of neat, but it caused a lot of problems in playtests. Even though the puzzle mostly obeyed the laws of physics, it wasn't all in line with the way we had trained players to expect elevators to work in our world. We considered adding some earlier training to support it, but quickly abandoned the idea in favor of a redesign that was more immediately understandable while still being fun.
Oh, crap. I got it. I might be dying. Yeah. Oh, damn it. We're outside again. We're in the pipes again. Ah, the shards did it. You gotta get lucky with that vent cover. You know, it's gotta land just so you don't die. That is tricky. I thought first time I was in there that you just live no matter what. Oh crap! Oh jeez. I was running my flashlight that whole time, which meant that I went in with very little oxygen. Wonder if they did anything to help with that. Make it a little less of an issue. Where the hell are we going? Oh, maybe... No, I killed those guys, so that's done. This is, a new room. Didn't get me that time. Is that a rat? I wish it was a rat. That's a... Poison head crab. Ah, good. Okay. Whew. Yeah, I'll say one more time. Yeah, we're gonna boot on, kick the can on Half-Life 2 a bit. Let me think about the specifics of when that'll be, but probably January at the latest. Ah. Oh, fuck me. We're going up, right? I think we're going up here. Ah! Really need to get some more sleep on the regular, have some, you know, this whole December, planning to have... Christ. Whole December, I'm planning on having a bunch of streams this whole month, just like 3 a week, basically, the whole time. That's, you know, kind of pushing it before vacation starts. And when vacation starts, you know, you still gotta deal with... Well, I'll say, like, Xmas vacation is a little less pressing than Thanksgiving insofar as, like, yeah, it's 2 weeks, but really there's just the one holiday in there that you need to do family stuff on, you know, that's, like, spoken for. And New Year's, honestly, I've done streams on New Year's before, and it's, you know, fun and good. It's a good time to do a live stream if you want to, like, count down to the event or some crap. I have no plans to do that this year. You know, I just don't feel like it. I don't know what I'll do on New Year's this year. What do y'all do? Do y'all have plans? Do y'all like think things through? Do you go outside? Maybe y'all go outside and like hang out with people. One of those explosions got me a little bit. None of you activate. Okay.
There you are. I thought you might
Hello.
have forgotten about me.
Lemons. And onions? Okay. Whew. I will say, I think with the original games, the commentary was pretty well spread generally throughout the whole course of the adventure, the whole course of the game. With Half-Life 2, the commentary they did way after the fact, the commentary was kind of largely front-loaded to a big degree, right? Like, the first couple chapters had a lot, and then through, like, the whole City 17, Ravenholm as well, but through, like, the whole City 17, there's
Here we go again.
not a ton of, stuff they wanted to talk about, I guess, apparently. Eat shit. Hey guys, are you ready to do an ambush? I guess there must have been some guys standing here, and then they were the backup, and then when the explosion happened, they were like, oh shit, let me look the other way. Catch my breath. I don't know what they were up to. Ah. You guys could have unplugged that, and then no one would have come up and killed you. Hi, guys. This is a great weapon. I love it. One of the best crossbows. Would you say that this crossbow is one of the best crossbows in game? I think I would. I can't actually remember a cooler crossbow. It also pins dudes to wall, and also, it's worth noting, it fires, like, rods of uranium? Which, is pretty cool. Wish crossbows in real life did that. That guy has a rocket launcher. Oh wait, I think he's a friend. I was about to try to kill him.
Sorry, Freeman. Wait for
Hello.
me, Freeman. I'll come with you.
That should not have hit. But I'm happy it did. Gonna pin that guy by the head. Nope. He's on the ground. Oh, hello. I was gonna pin that guy nice and good. We haven't seen a commentary note in a minute, though, I guess. Which does seem odd, since, like, this is the first time we're seeing the NPCs back. Could absolutely take a comment about, like, oh, you know, we're reintroducing these guys again. The City 17 civilians, they're cool. A commentary note about, like, oh, how did we make clear to the player where they need to go next?
I don't think this war's ever gonna end.
I know you mean just insofar as like, yeah, we'll be fighting forever, but now in retrospect, it takes on a new meaning, which is like, yeah, Half-Life 3, is that ever going to come out?
What are you still doing here? Everyone should clear out of the city.
The Combine's not making it easy. We're trying to get enough people together to force our way through to the train station. People are meeting up in a safe house nearby.
Can you take us there?
You bet. Let's go. This way.
We're gonna have to fight our way through the hospital, apparently, and probably fight a Strider or a helicopter in the hospital. I'm suspecting a load screen right here once we go through this door. And I think that makes a whole area where there was no no commentary.
Excuse me.
Hey, they're watching the thing on a CRT.
You're right. We don't have time to watch TV.
Excuse me.
Hello. I like that moment as well with him on the TV. We've already seen that announcement, so there's no point in like rewatching it. I guess he hasn't appeared on any other Breen screens. There's Breen screens? There's been no other Breen screens in the game so far. Well, they already got to this floor.
Great shot.
What the? Hi. Shotgun? No. Yes, shotgun. I'm still curious what that said. What does it say?
Designed to lure players onto a section of breakable floor that drops them into a room full of zombies. Players are enticed into the trap by some reward items and a chance to peek in the hole. We like to.
It worked!
But we never want them to feel like they've been treated unfairly.
No, it's good. I liked it. You're right. I didn't mind anything what happened. I thought it was funny. And surprising, yes. Definitely surprising. Hey, hey. All right, here we go. Nice poster. What the hell? They have posters on the Combine side? That's cool. I guess this is a Combine hideout. Judging by the Zombine. Why were there just regular people as well? Maybe they were also working with the Combine. Maybe those are, you know, traitors, but unconverted.
Gordon, Alex?
Hey!
How the hell did you get out of the city?
The main character.
Not exactly sure. All I know is the Vortigons had something to do with it. But what about you, Barney?
I'm doing okay, just going crazy trying to...
They found us!
Aw, hell, Gordon, were you followed again?
We stole some information from the Citadel on our way out.
And we did shoot
I don't know what it is yet,
everyone on the way
but it's
here.
enough that they've been hounding us the whole way here.
Well, that puts the pressure on. Look, we gotta get...
They always hound me.
You guys know about the evacuation trains, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we've been planning to make a push on the train station. Now it looks like we're gonna have to cut a path through every chicken ship metro cop who's having second thoughts about defending City 17.
If Gordon and I took a second, we could draw the Combine away from you. That'd give
We'll
you
go through the hospital.
filled up before we get there.
Really? Well, if you say so. Now, Come here, look over here.
Wait for me. I'm gonna listen to this.
Over the rooftops is a safe path to the station.
Damn it. They're saying the lines.
You head that way. I'll hit the streets and round up everyone who's been waiting. We'll meet you there.
Sounds good. Let's go.
Hey, Gordon, before you go, I was getting tired of carrying this around. Listen, I don't have many more of these, so try not to lose this one, okay?
When this is all
Go on across, Gordon. She's waiting for you.
I gotta listen to the commentary notes first. 1 minute.
Barney, like Dr. Kleiner, is one of the characters with the deepest roots in Half-Life 1.
I thought he was just gonna hold on to it until I came up to him. He just threw it on the ground. Very lack of respect there. Lack of respect.
His personality is more iconic and retains more of the comic stylization of the first game. This type of character allows us to mix up the mood a little bit, to inject some absurd humor into the otherwise grim scenarios of the Half-Life universe. While characters such as Alex and Eli Vance have allowed us to explore more realistic dramatic possibilities, we're still very much attached to our roots in satire and black humor.
Barney's big crowbar scene here required a few tricks to pull off. There are actually 3 separate crowbar models in this sequence. First, there's the one stuck in the machine. When Barney grabs that one, we remove it from the world and switch on a second crowbar that's been in Barney's hand the entire time, only invisible. Both of these models are purely decorative, so as soon as Barney makes his tossing motion, we hide the second crowbar and create a third usable crowbar that then bounces to the ground.
Thank you, Barney. Appreciate it.
See you at the station.
Catch you later. I think he's like that big a part of episode 2. I wonder if all these characters will be a big part of episode 3. If there is an episode 3 / Half-Life 3 in general. I feel like at this point, you know, enough time has passed. It's the episodic model has proven to be not exactly their strong suit. Or rather, keeping up with it, consistently making episode after episode after episode. Not really as much of a thing. I wonder if they'll just say like, okay, you know what? It's time for episode, it's time for just Half-Life 3, and it's full length. I do think if they do another Half-Life 3, it'll be a full thing. I say that. How long exactly, really, was Hey Fauntleroy, how long exactly is Half-Life Alex? Is that like a 6-hour thing? Is that like a 10-hour thing? Is that 20? Hey Fauntleroy, you went through episode 1 and 2 recently, and now you're playing through 2. When are you doing Alex? That is kind of a weird order, yeah. I guess you were just... I mean, I feel like it's been longer since I played the episodes versus this game, but... Or... You know what I mean, yeah? About as long as the main Half-Life 2? Damn, that's like a 20-hour thing then. I knew it was really good, I didn't know. That's a long time to have a headset on. I'm kind of interested in getting a, take the headphones off for a second. Kind of interested in getting one of those, you had to rearrange furniture to play it? Do you really? Okay. If I get one of those headsets, I'm gonna have to figure out how to stream it. Is it gonna be really hard to get a microphone, like a static mic? I'm gonna have to figure out like I need like a room mic. That's what I need. You know, I've tried like clipping the mic to me. Is there a really good room mic you can get that sounds as good as like a Blue Yeti a foot away from you? Is there a room mic on that level? That'd be handy for Half-Life Alex 1, and 2 would be handy for if I wanted to do some Xbox Connect type stuff, which I do feel like is a really good idea for an Extra Life eventually, one of these days. Just like 12 hours of motion control games. That's gonna be a nightmare stamina-wise, but, you know, for a good cause. Would y'all watch that? Would y'all contribute? What the hell kind of, donation goals would be appropriate for motion control stream?
Whenever possible, we like to foreshadow impending...
You can use the VR headsets, Mike. Ah, good thinking. Good looking out. Yeah, that'll work. Does it have a... I assume the new one from Valve, the new Steam VR headset. I assume that has a really good mic on it. Maybe does that have pass-through? Could I just literally have the microphone be on my head when I'm doing the Kinect stream and just use the pass-through? And, oh my god, that sounds like a nightmare, actually. I probably don't want to do that.
boss battle by introducing the enemy before the actual fight. In this case, you know you're going to be seeing that gunship again pretty soon.
At least that worked when you did it. Kind of pain to stream. First thing you streamed back in lockdown. Gotcha. I didn't know you did streams, Fauntleroy. Was that like long ago? Is that like a not a going thing? A lot of people, you know, picked it up and then eventually found that it's kind of a big time commitment. I have been steady with it, you know, pretty much whole time. Yeah, just do something to keep busy during lockdown. That's how it, you know, started. I started when? 4 years ago, yeah, like 2021. So kind of late lockdown, like honestly lockdown was basically over by that point, but yeah, that was a big thing, yeah. Fun as a social thing. Oh, gotta activate those bombs. That was maybe not the best way to go about it. I took some damage there. Not a lot, it's fine. This is the hospital bit, by the way. A relatively memorable part of the game. Well, because you're being shot at by a helicopter. Which means we're gonna get a rocket, probably. Or is this the part where you shoot down the rocket with something else entirely? No, I think we're getting rocket. Let's do this commentary node.
Letting the gunship AI have its own way here. We forced the ship to crash right into the atom. It's a...
Did you do the commentary at all? I really remember really liking the commentary, so I've been replaying. Last year I did Half-Life 2 with the commentary. This year, episode 1, and we'll do episode 2 at some point soon, before Half-Life 3, but I'm not sure when it will be. Curious to check out the new non-VR mod for Alex? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I could absolutely do that. It does sound like it's a lot of the point to do the VR, though, and I would like to get VR at some point in my life. Honestly, I thought I would do it 10 years ago. Like the PC before the last PC, I expected it with VR in mind. But like 10 year ago VR, not current day VR. This PC is strong though, you know, it's like a couple years old.
Payoff for winning the battle, and it gives players an opportunity to examine a gunship up close and accurately.
Oh, so it's gonna crash into the thing pretty soon here. And that'll be pretty cool and fun. Okay.
We designed this gunship battle to create a dynamic, evolving experience, while still keeping the player within a constrained area. Initially, the space appears straightforward and provides plenty of cover. As the environment gets progressively more damaged, combat becomes more challenging. Players are increasingly open to enemy fire, and the path to the rocket crate becomes more difficult to navigate.
That's a cool dynamic.
As the roof breaks apart, however, the gunship also becomes more rigid, and therefore easier to hit, keeping things relatively in balance. The lighting interior was tuned to play.
Here's the rockets.
Between the dark inner spaces and the progressively open and bright sky above.
I'll say the commentary node's not quite super balanced against the rest of the game sounds. Probably, maybe, hopefully, if you were playing the PC version, that would help. I'm playing my Xbox 360 copy, which presumably hasn't changed that much in the last 20 years. This is how we played it originally, you know? Did they ever do any updates for episode 1 and 2, like with the full original game? Are you playing the PC version, Fauntleroy? Did they, like, do any major updates there? I'll say I'm glad there's, like, just one fight with this guy in this game. I hope when they do Half-Life 3, I hope Half-Life 3 doesn't, like, reuse the same boss battles, like, 12 times. You know, Half-Life 2 is good and all, but, like, you know, you fight one of these guys, it's like, okay, that was fun, memorable, etc. Then you fight another one, and then another one, and then another one, and you go like, okay, this is, jeez, man, it's just, it's fun, but, like, pick your best 2, right? Pick your best 2, maybe 3. Not, like, 10. You know, this particular, you gotta have the one that was, isn't there one where it chases you, like, across half the city? You gotta have that, I guess. You gotta have the one under the bridge. That's, one of the ones you gotta do. And other than that, I think you can, the one where you're driving isn't half bad. Yeah, look at that reward for doing the battle. Look at that.
Jesus, Gordon, you're a real terror.
Yeah, we've killed like 5 of them in the previous game. It's not a big deal. We've killed multiple of them at once even. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see it from up close. It does look pretty dope. Tell me I'm able to get back up and get around this dude.
Oh God, not again.
Yeah, we're good. Someone's breaking in. I got a rocket launcher though, so they should watch out. Got a rocket launcher and a box of rockets. You know, the anniversary update last year bundled them all up into the main Half-Life game? Oh, it did. Shit, then I could have totally played that version. I didn't know how that worked. I think I just got the, I got that version of it on my PC. Well, I didn't install it or nothing. Whatever, it's fine. This version is the original, you know, been around for years and years, and also, you know, you can't go wrong with it, shit. I don't think you can go wrong with this version, to be clear. If anyone's looking... Yeah, no, you should probably... Did they ever make, like, a updated version of it for, like, Switch, Xbox, etc.? They maybe should. This is a game that you should be able to have on all platforms, I'll say. Did they ever... I think they put out Portal and Portal 2 on Switch. I guess the orange box, you can still get it on Xbox. And it's, you know, still works. Obviously, as you can see.
The hospital was a completely new interior space that we had to design pretty much from scratch. Like most of City 17's visuals, it was inspired by Eastern European architecture. The surgery lamps and the overall white and yellow color scheme were drawn from photos of a hospital in Chernobyl.
Where's the light in this bathroom? The orange box came out for 360. Not sure it gets back compact prequels. Oh, I am playing it on Series X right now. I don't think there are much in the way of back compat features.
The tile work and the high archways were chosen to give the area the...
Like, I'm pretty sure it's just, like, upscaling, maybe, HDR, maybe. I have to turn HDR off because I'm a streamer, so I don't get to enjoy that.
Institutional feel of an old European hospital. and the beds were based on some World War II images. In fact, we avoided modern-looking fixtures and furniture altogether in order to differentiate the place from a contemporary hospital.
I guess this is a bath for that patient.
We designed this area to be an entertainment showcase for entrances combat. Because of our dynamic AI, these kinds of battles never really play out the same way twice. Players often like to sit back, watch the show, and then dive into the fray at their own discretion. We also felt it was time to introduce a new combat ability for Alex, so we gave her a shotgun build. Not only are shotguns terrific for zombie hunting, their size and ponderous handling characteristics make for some great combat animations.
That's pretty cool, commentary node. You should work on your volume situation. Maybe for episode 2, when we do episode 2, we'll switch back to the PC version. I'll say it is easier to stream a game off the Xbox versus the PC. Just because, you know, I'm not playing off the same system that I'm streaming from. You know, those are two separate things. You know, the OBS is the main window, and I can do chat, I can do moderation, all very easily. All very easily there. Oh, episode 1 was the first games to have HDR, but not at the only at the software level, no HD monitor support. Yeah, they were talking about that earlier, and I totally was just like, they can't be talking about the same HDR. They're just talking about light dark difference, you know, just like a different way of processing it. Was it really real HDR? Like once monitors came out, could they actually do actual HDR? I bet it was just literally, yeah, we did the math differently and made it look really nice. Check it out. More marketing than like, you need a new TV, you need a new monitor. Alright, good work. That's a fight. Did we do the commentary note? I think we did the commentary note. Now I have to do that one.
The door-banging zombies were supposed to give players a safe glimpse of a threat they'd have to face later in the level. In the original design, players couldn't open the door. The zombies would burst through on their own after the player had done a little exploring. We abandoned that plan when many playtesters exhibited a pretty much single-minded fascination with opening the door as soon as they saw it. We made the door openable, so if players ignore it, the zombies will eventually break it down themselves.
Hello! Come on out! That is a fun thing to do. But I don't want to get poisoned. What do you think the odds are of Half-Life 2 Half-Life 3 next week? What do you think the odds are? Half-Life Game Awards, when is that? Is that this week, or you know what I mean? Like Game Awards, whenever that is. Is it Thursday? This Thursday? Whenever they are, what do you think the odds are? Like 1-to-1? Even odds? I do think I've heard the rumors and all that, and with the Steam Machine and like Steam VR being a big push, I gotta imagine that like that's part and parcel with it, right? Like I gotta imagine Half-Life 3 is about to hit. You're expecting nothing until next year? Yeah. I think either way, something's happening, and like you know, Steam, Valve, they can get the word out no matter what, like Nintendo, but we'll see. They should just do something in January when they're like ramping up to release the dang. When is that coming out? The trifecta of controller, headsets, Steambox. That's like early in the year, right?
To make the set of empty corridors look like a hospital, we chose some iconic hospital props that could be used multiple times throughout the level. Then we built the models with details, multiple skins, and vertical and horizontal elements that would be visually interesting in the space.
Bellow! Did I just say bellow like a minion? I'm not sure if I said ello or bellow. It'd be wild if it went live on Steam as a TGA announcement trailer. You think it would go live on Steam? Oh my god, that would... Oh my god, that'd be amazing. Fucking hell. For those of us who decide our game of the year, like, you know, at the end of the year, that would be such a massive, oh my fucking god. I have already pretty much planned out my whole December as far as streams go, as far as games go. I can't have... I don't know what I would do if Half-Life 3 was out this week. Would I cancel some streams? Would I immediately go like, okay, for the next 4 days, we're just gonna do... well, we still have to, oh geez. I still have to do episode... I guess I might cancel the Super Metroid randomizer stream and then do episode 2 on Sunday, and then try to go into episode 3, Half-Life 3 the following week. Man, that'd be hectic in like the last week of work this year. I hope it's out next year. I bet it's out next year. They let you stream TGA and Steam, so there's already a business decision. Gotcha. I'll say I generally don't watch it. I find that it is mostly commercials, you know, but you know, I'll be interested in the game announcements at least. As the announcements start to come out and all that, I'll be curious like what happens. And yeah, if like Half-Life is one of them, that'd be rad. What does that commentary note say? Mostly wishful thinking. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be this year. Please. They gotta be next year, just even for like, you know, being remembered for Game Awards next year. You don't want to come out at like mid-October. You know, no offense to Metroid Prime 4. Actually, you know, it's not going to get any Game Awards next year, and it wouldn't have this year. Some offense meant towards Metroid Prime 4. The more I play of that game, the less I like it. I'll say that again. I heard Jeff Grubb on the Giant Bombcast say basically the same thing, and I feel really fucking validated there. Just like, yeah, no. I will say I do think they misremember Metroid Prime 2 and 3 a bit. Or there's definitely some shade being cast towards Prime 4 insofar as like, yeah, it's just like Prime 3. It's like, well, Prime 3 is more like 2 than it is like 4. Let's be clear. Like, it does have open maps and labyrinthine map design that eventually becomes, at least on a per-world basis, relatively interconnected, but... And leaves you plenty of options to do at any given time that can be accessible real easily given the fast travel system in the game. But it is the closest thing that 4 is to being. Also, it does have some scripted sequences just like 4. There's issues with 3, I'll admit. Never played any of the Prime games. Like, never played through the Prime games. Always liked the 2D ones more. I'll say Prime 1 was never quite my jam. I like 2 and 3 both more. 4 is definitely the worst of all 4. If you include Hunters, that's the worst. Hunters really blows. It's like terrible. It's like awful. It's like 1 out of 5 bad, I think.
Too much of the same type of uninterrupted gameplay causes fatigue. Through repeated playtests, we learned that by the time players reached this part of the hospital, they were ready for a break from the intense combat. In response to that feedback, we inserted this relatively calm exploration puzzle as a change of pace. It gives players a respite from combat while still presenting them with an interesting challenge.
That's a cool puzzle. You can turn off the electricity and go get some water, go get some way of traversing this crap. Actually, I don't see any physics objects here, so maybe you just have to navigate around normal style. No shade meant to Skate Story. Let's give no shade where it deserves. Skate Story seems pretty dope. I played like I don't know, like a half hour of Skate Story. Skate Story seems dope, y'all. Let me say. Ow! Ow! Fuck. I'm really liking Skate Story.
Same type of uninterrupted gameplay.
We got it. We heard. I remember. Bah! I thought that would go over the thing. Ah! There's like a barrel there I can jump off of. I just noticed that. I just saw that.
Too much of the same type of uninterrupted gameplay.
I know it. Oh, they appear to be dead. Okay, we're good. Ow, 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 ooh. I'm gonna fall into the water and die. You had trouble with this part? You're not sure you ever done it the right way?
Uninterrupted gameplay causes fatigue.
Yeah, I do feel like Metroid Prime 1, it can be pretty hard to find your way. Also, like, you do have to go through Magmore a bunch of times. Like, going through Magmore, like, 5 times, literally 5 times, I think. That's an odd decision. They probably should have figured out, you know... It's also the same every time you have to go through Magmore. Every time, just literally, same enemies, same everything. Not much in the way of upgrades. That's... I think they screwed up a little as far as Magmore goes, but, you know, I do like a lot of that game. Fendra's great. The first world is great. Magmore just kind of is weird as a commute to get to Fendra every time you need to do stuff over there. I'll admit that it's a little bit awkward. Come on. For sure. And I think that 2 and 3 are both better insofar as there's a lot fewer cases where you have to, like, leave the world, backtrack, etc. Mostly you stay in a single zone until you're ready to leave. Though, the couple times where you need to do it, it's a little unintuitive, and also, you know, just comes out of nowhere, and can be a little tedious. Fast travel system. They should have had a fast travel system from, like, 2. 3 alleviates a lot of the... like, just, you know, time it takes to travel from one side of the world you need to explore right now to the next side of the world you need to explore right now. I think that helps a lot, personally. It also has some parts that are more generic, more shootery, more... like, oh, defend a thing from a guy, and Metroid Prime 4 is like all that. It's almost entirely, at a certain point, oh, get your gang of guys and they'll follow you to your next objective. And if one of them goes down, you have to pick them back up. It does that a bunch. You know, people, it's easier to play it and go like, Miles Mackenzie, he only appeared for like 5 minutes. Let me tell you, I'm in the 4th area. fourth area, and like that whole area is like 90% escort mission. Just imagine, if you will, if like Pendrama Drifts was almost entirely escort mission. No Metroidvania exploring, just shooting dudes, room after room, linearly. Now, if you can disconnect from, like, your expectations of what a Metroid game should be, like, yeah, maybe you can... There's a guy behind me and he exploded! I heard you say he had a grenade, but I didn't see who you meant, Alex. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Anyway, I know that I say that in a game that is, in some ways, a elaborate escort mission, but Alex never goes down. Alex never needs your help. Alex is just there to shoot guys and to be cool. And Alex is also a lot more likable than any of the Marines. Also, like, you don't have an expectation of, like, moody, isolated, horror-adjacent stuff in Half-Life. There is some horror. That guy keeps moving a little bit every time the wires align just so. There is a little horror, to be sure, but... Companion doesn't ruin that horror like it would in Metroid Prime. So much subtweeting. Last few streams. It's relevant. If I make any short form content about the subtweeting, I'm gonna have to move fast on that, considering that, like, in a half a year's time, it's gonna be weird to be talking about Metroid Prime 4 still. It's gonna be very irrelevant.
This turret scenario was designed to showcase Alex's ability to provide cover for players in combat.
I don't know.
She always hangs back a little, blasting anything that moves. In the original version, players could knock over lightly protected turrets with a single rocket, fired from the safe end of the corridor. We thought it'd be a nice way for players to feel like they'd pulled one over on the Combine. Unfortunately, playtesters routinely thought that they'd discovered a bug, or, at best, an exploit that had arisen from sloppy design. So in this case, a situation we deliberately created to make the players feel clever actually caused them to think we weren't doing our job very well. As a result of this feedback, we added a force field and additional grading to protect the turrets.
What you're seeing here is a visual representation of a node graph, a set of nodes and all the connections between them.
This is
the
interesting,
node graph is used by NPCs to figure out how to move around the world. It's not really a specific set of instructions, but rather a sort of information repository.
Try to shoot these
Among other
guys.
things, NPCs use the node graph to dynamically chart paths to distant areas, find cover, or scout out firing positions with a clear line of sight to their enemies.
Oh, they're like locked in a cage and all that. You can't even knock them over with a mine. That is more robust and less cheesable. I like cheese myself. I mean in general, but I also do appreciate it when you can just cheese something. No, it's not a problem for me. I don't have an issue with it. That's cool. Ugh. This hospital has been going on pretty long, but I think, like, once we're through the hospital, won't be long until we, after the hospital, I don't think it'll be long until we're at the end. I think it's pretty much just like the train station. And then credits. Train station is, coming up here.
The train station.
As a matter of great urgency.
Wait, really?
Find yourself still within the
Oh boy, they're onto us. Better find Barney and get moving.
Is this the final chapter? Let me just save and see if it's... We haven't seen a title card yet, so is this city still, This is Exit 17, okay. This is the final chapter. Perfect. We made it through the thing. Can we see a title card, please? Are you gonna do a title card for us, game?
There you are. I wondered if you were gonna make it in time.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Hang on. There's not a... We're next to 17. Yeah, I think you're close. I want to do that commentary node before we actually start the cutscene. Also, I want to go to the bathroom real fast. Quick break. Back in a minute. Get used to this courtyard and trade station. Oh yeah, I remember. It's a whole back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Exit 17. Quick break. All right, let's let's listen to this commentary node.
We wanted players to realize that they've been spotted and the Combine are now aware of their arrival at the train station.
And they're coming for us, yeah.
It sounds like a simple task, but it actually took a lot of thought to draw the players' attention to the various events that communicate this message. First,
we've been shooting their dudes this whole time and triggering their minds. I guess their minds aren't sentient. They don't know. The zombies aren't sentient either. Their communication network is in shambles. Yeah, I guess only a camera would do it.
The train horn sounds, which gives Alex an opportunity to mention that the station is in sight. Next, the lights go off to grab the player's attention and to make the monitors stand out in the dark. At this point, the player should be looking at one of the monitors, so finally, the Kleiner transmission is interrupted briefly by a combined advisor. Originally, the advisor appeared on a jumbotron outside, but we were never able to reliably make playtesters look at it. The flashing Combine camera should also provide some indication that trouble is brewing. Though it's not a proper gate, the zombie draped over the exit is designed to slow the player down just long enough for Alex to finish her lines.
Let's snipe that one too before cutscenes start.
Originally, Barney started off in this map in the doorway down by the citizens, but playtesters tended to wander around for a while before stumbling across him. We moved him up here to guarantee that his scene with Alex would unfold before players began any exploration. He's standing over a dead metro cop because it's a plausible-looking long-term activity, in case players don't move directly down to him. Nearby reward items also tend to draw players toward him.
Another one right there.
We wanted to include something a little different, an escort mission. Most of our gameplay involves constant forward motion, so we wanted to design a situation where players...
I'm sorry. You should never be saying, we wanted to include an escort mission. I don't care who you are, it's a bad idea. The Breaking Bad meme, Walter White in the car! Walter White in the car! No! Don't! Hank! Valve! No! I also would shout this at Metroid Prime 4's development team, the whole thing, and most specifically Tanabe, who's probably was responsible for the decision to include so many escort missions. Tanabe, no! Same. I'm yelling at him as well, to be clear.
Would fight through the same basic area multiple times. This temporary backtracking would create a series of encounters where players had a full tactical awareness of their surroundings.
Okay, let me also say I remember this being like, it's hard. It's a little bit. I don't think this is as bad as like Metroid Prime 4. I should be clear. Whenever I compare a game to Metroid Prime 4, this is better than it. Let me be clear. Let me be clear. I'm not trying to throw shade. It's just it's never a good idea. Almost never a good idea to do an escort mission.
Once again, all of this turned out to be more easily said than done, and this sequence went through a lot of iterations. Originally, the train yard was one big space. This approach had a couple of problems. Since players had a constant, unbroken view of the entire area, it was virtually impossible to maneuver enemies into position for stage combat events, and because they could always see the goal, players didn't get much of a sense that they were leading citizens somewhere the citizens couldn't get to on their own. Ultimately, we broke the environment into two different spaces, a parking lot and a maintenance building. Because neither area can be seen from the other, we're able to
Behind a truck
repopulate the
there.
spaces with new, more deadly combinations of enemies while the player isn't looking. It also makes the journey feel lengthier and more significant.
It's hiding behind a truck. Hello.
I wondered if
How's
you
your
could
dead
find
trooper?
time.
Sorry to keep you waiting. The Combine's on our tail. What's the
Oh
plan?
yeah, he's definitely dead.
Sending folks out in groups. And like I said before, if you can keep them safe and provide cover, we might actually stand a chance of reaching the escape trains.
All right.
Sounds good.
There's still one more commentary node, but like, don't we have a? I'm not sure how this works. If there's like another zone for like the actual sequence or what, but maybe we can save that last one while we're doing the escorting. I could use some health as well and some energy for the thing. This is where we're spending the next big chunk. Here's the last one.
We wrestled with the problem of plausibly repopulating this area
Hey,
with soldiers
you
between
guys are
each
here.
trip. After several iterations, we decided to have the soldiers jump in through some high windows. This solution has several advantages beyond maintaining incredible fiction. It makes the incoming enemies more immediately visible, and since the windows are unreachable from the ground, players aren't able to exit through them. Plus, leaping soldiers turn into tumbling ragdolls when shot, which is always entertaining.
That's true. Let's hope that all these runs go just as clean. I think that's the first one. Did it have the title card saying exit 17? I don't remember seeing the title card say exit 17. But maybe it did and I missed it. You should have sent them all. You should have sent everyone at once. Not... Yeah, what she said. You guys fucked up. You no longer have that opportunity. That's done. Guys are gonna come.
Go back and get another group. I'll stay here and guard the
Can I get a group of like all of them? If we went in numbers, they couldn't kill us all. I could have totally saved some commentary for these repeated back and forth trips. Oh well, I wasn't sure if this was actually going to be the zone where we actually do the thing, but whatever. I think we made a decent time. I think this went well. I usually don't do non-Mario Maker streams like from 6 p.m. on, but I knew this might go long given that it's like, you know, 5 hours long maybe. So I figured, you know, make it. Hey, are you guys dying? That's not good. You guys should try not to die. Do I have to deliver a certain amount of dudes, or just like... We should keep moving, you guys. I'm gonna use these rockets. And, yeah. That is pretty good. Look at them ragdoll. That's great. Oh, there's more guys over there. I would like to shoot them with my rocket. Number of trips? Okay. 2 more guys for you. I don't know what happened to the other 2. There were 2 more, but they got lost. We'll find them. Don't worry. You will say you were surprised how much better you thought episode 2 was compared to this? Oh yeah, that's my memory, right? My memory of this is that episode 1 was like... Shit. Ass. I feel like episode 1 has a lot of like gimmicky design. And, you know, they talk about it a lot in the commentary, which we are all done with, by the way, pretty much, I believe. They talk about it a lot in the commentary, how much they messed around with like a bunch of gameplay related to like having, god damn you. Stop shooting me. I need to stand still to rocket you because the rocket goes off course if I The rocket I hate the way the rocket works in this. I'll say, I hate it. I wish there was a toggle to turn the goddamn tracking off because it is a liability like half the fucking time. It's a liability like half the time in this in these games. Like, wait, that didn't work? You're kidding me. Like right now, I could just aim it. If I could just aim and just like get behind cover, that would work great, but I have to like stand outside and wait for the rocket to go in. Awkward as all hell. It's good for the boss fight that it was designed against, and kind of booty elsewise. Reason why rockets don't work like this. Yeah, my memory is that with all the screwing around they do with like, oh, let's build out this area with fewer weapons. It's like, it's really neat and cute and makes for an interesting challenge, but I do think that the better game is the second one where it's all where it's all guns blazing from the very start, you know? Like, they start at full throttle and are able to do more interesting gimmicks and more interesting, like, gameplay from the start. You know, the first hour of this game is just like, yeah, we got balls and sockets. Then you go to the, you know, you go to the core, and the core is pretty nice and the core is pretty cool. But it is after a lot of Citadel stuff that kind of probably need to be trimmed down. The darkness stuff is also really neat, but again, it does feel a little bit like Half-Life at its slowest. You know what I mean? I think this game's best tricks, this installment's best tricks, are not quite up to the level of like the original Half-Life. You know, these 5 chapters, other than maybe the core, which, you know, the core in a way is kind of like the one where you're in the core, it's kind of just like a lesser version of the Half-Life 2 equivalent when you get right down to it. You know, so it's great, but it's not like the most impressive thing. It's relatively less impressive than other things that have been in these games, you know? Here you go. Did 2 of them just die? 100%. Good, glad you agree. No, they're alive. You two, good, I'm happy you lived. I am. I will say I do remember the end of episode 2 being very difficult, very frustrating. Too much for me back in 2007. Now, I will note that back then, I hadn't played that many FPSs. I will also note that, like, when we did Half-Life 2 a year ago, it's, I think, is a lot more difficult than your average current-day FPS. I feel like, you know, it is definitely still, for sure, a difficult game. And I'm curious if that Strider battle is as hard as I remember. How did you fare, Fauntleroy? How did you fare when you did it recently? Was it real damn difficult? For part 2. Part 2 with the Strider battle and the car and the open worldiness of it. Where's the next round of dudes?
Defend the citizens. Get them to the trains.
I need more citizens to defend and get to the trains, man. Do I need to like take care of the Send out the citizens. Oh, right. I probably need to do a rocket on it. Someone's doing rockets as well. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, I gotta get rid of that before we can go out. I am probably dead. You did it first try this time, but lost almost every building? Dang. There's an achievement for not losing a single building, and that seems real tough. You'd have to, like, save scum it, probably. I say you'd have to. I'd have to. I will say, back in 2007, you know, I was less, I had definitely played less, shooters at that point. You know, like, at that point, like, what had I played? Like, BioShock... as far as, like, twin-stick shooters go, I hadn't played Halo. I only rented, Gears of War. I think this is, for what it's worth, one of the first, shooters I ever played. The Orange Box in general, I guess. And it's a damn hard one to start with, so... I guess I did cut my teeth good. You know, I remember, now that I think about it, I definitely cheated back in the day as a teenager, new to FPSs. Worth noting, of course, this was the time where people were more willing to do such things, and cheat codes existed in games, so you could use them, you know? But I definitely, like... if I recall... I think there was a button combination you could do on the 360 that would just spawn a health kit or something. Spawn a health kit, spawn electricity, whole nine. Kind of annoying boss fight here. This train sequence is subpar compared to other finales in previous games. Of the three that I've experienced, I think this is worse than the, this is not as hard as the Strider battle. But it's more annoying than that, and it's not as fun as the big damn finale in the original Half-Life 2. With the, you know, with the Citadel and the powered-up, gun. Cheating can be very fun. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. I do feel weird about doing it on stream when I've done it, but, you know, everyone does it when they're off stream. Everyone does it on occasion. And some older games, you know, it can feel like the only way it's, becomes doable. Some games, you know? Like, shit. Some. I've been playing through Link to the Past. Really appreciate the access to a rewind button in that. I'm just kind of struggling with it every time I try to play it, just, without any sort of assistance. I do not know how I'm going to do the randomizer of that, of Super Metroid / Link to the Past. That might be difficult. That might be difficult. I can have a rewind button available. That would work. Are we done? How many passes?
Here, have a med kit.
Thank you. Are we done yet? I'm gonna go talk to Alex, and she's gonna say, go get another set. Cheat codes were good. Miss cheat codes. You know, nowadays, like, there was a brief phase where they experimented with, okay, what if instead of cheat codes, you paid for the cheat codes? And then no one liked that, so they said, fine, no cheat codes anymore. You happy? No more. None whatsoever. It's all gone. You're not gonna pay for it. You're not gonna get them. Eat ass. They were cool. They really were. And they can be handy. I'll say, like, you cannot typically start with the commentary in this game, but it's very fortunate that it has a, unlock the commentary command. Maybe, you know, I don't have to... Half-Life 3 comes out, there's like 2 options, right? Here's the 2 options Half-Life 3 comes out, okay.
We'll make sure you get there safe and sound.
Okay, yeah, now I think this is last because he's coming. Perfect, perfect. We're about to end. How does it feel on controller, by the way? You only done mouse and keyboard? Well, I think it feels fine. I like controller control. It's not like the most, I don't think this is like the best feel of like Dead Zone and like, you know, first-person shooting in a, obviously it doesn't have like a left stick aim situation. But honestly, I kind of like just aiming, period. I'm not really a big left, I like a little aim from the hip, honestly, in my games. It feels fine, I would say. There's 2 ways to do Half-Life 3. Half-Life 3 happens. One would be to do it immediately, full playthrough, over the course of I don't know how many streams, just going through it. The other way would be to save it for the second playthrough, and then do the commentary, which is there commentary in Half-Life Alyx? Could save it for... Shit, how am I gonna do Half-Life Alyx? I feel like Half-Life Alyx, it would make sense to do first experience. You know, get the headset, do a stream with it. It would also make sense to do commentary since like I've done the rest, I will have done the rest of the situation with the commentary.
Go on, Barney, they're not after you. Gordon and I will draw their attention while you get the others away from here.
They got commentary on Half-Life Alyx, very cool.
Okay then. Don't take
If it's after release, they probably maybe won't have it at launch. Maybe I play it off stream in my own time, and then come back with the commentary for 3 as a full playthrough down the line, or when they release it, alternatively. The thing is with new games, I don't really like to schedule out all the time. If I'm really excited to play a game, I want to play it every night, and not have to do the necessities of, like, you know, doing the archive, doing the, all the moments. I would probably play it for the first time on stream, as I tend to do. Or maybe it would make more sense just to save it all for a full playthrough. I don't know. This situation's kind of unprecedented. For Alyx, you think it was after release thanks to COVID? Ah, okay, yeah, that's... They can release Half-Life 3 whenever they want.
We needed a train station, but we didn't want something that was too similar to the one in Half-Life 2. We decided to give this station a more industrial look, to make it a place where trains were repaired and freight was offloaded. We included some Combine elements to help explain why the Strider can't fire through the various strategic barricades required by the game design.
I guess there's more. I forgot that there was more after the final guys get through.
We separate Alyx from the player here to make the Strider battle a more intimate combat experience.
Ah, nice.
While we generally want Alyx to be useful to the player, bosses tend to require specific...
See you later, Alyx.
And we found that it usually doesn't make gameplay sense to keep her around. Plus, boss battles are the player's big hero moments, and having too much health dilutes a sense of individual accomplishment. Alyx more or less sits out all of our...
Yeah, that... Oh, jeez, makes sense. Hello, Strider. Stop shooting me, Strider. It's also nice when Alex goes away. Oh, right, there was, like, a release of, like, the initial plans for episode 3. I think I read them, but I've completely forgotten what the plan was. It was, like, more integration with Portal, right? Did they have portals? Did they put a portal gun in? I forget. I don't remember being super duper impressed with it, but, honestly, but I think that does make sense for, like, you know, these games are all pretty iterative. Presumably, they would have iterated on the plot if they had gotten it to release.
For this climactic battle, we created a new AI that makes the Strider a more interesting opponent. It has a snappier cannon attack, and better tracking, and it now has the ability to target the environment in different ways. For instance, its cannon fire can shove heavy shipping containers straight into the player.
That is cool. It's nice that because Alex isn't here anymore, we can now just listen to commentary notes mid-fight without any compunction. But it is kind of hard to hear. I need health, but I also need not to be shot.
This shipping container used to be accessible only after the player destroyed a padlock. Given the amount of stress during this part of the game, even a simple fight, in this case destroying the lock, would be completely missed by the player.
Yeah,
in the
totally.
End, it felt like the arena we had built for the player to fight the Strider was fun enough without this added element, so we removed it.
Definitely true. I was also distracted by the health kit situation. Involved the aperture shine stuff, yeah. Hello. What am I doing back here? We need to get out from back here. We need to find a rocket crate, basically. Woo!
We often use good
more commentary,
such as this crate and the scanner battery around the corner to guide players along a preset route. We want players to hit their marks during the battle without drawing attention to the fact that they're being subtly manipulated down a particular path.
Yeah, that sort of subtle guiding is always good in like a tough thing in you know, level design, game design, etc. I imagine. I think. I am just some dipshit that makes Mario Maker levels. That's different. Those explosions did more damage than the Strider did so far. God damn it. You might be more excited for Portal 3 more. Oh, that... I don't know if they could do one. I don't know like where the plot would go. It kind of left off at a point where everything is all settled, pretty much. And GLaDOS is, you know, minding her own business or whatever. But, yeah, they should do a Portal 3. They should. I don't know if they got the ideas for it. I guess there is, like, the infinite portal thing now. And, you know, through that, I'm sure there's, like, a couple of Portal fan games that are pretty cool. Is there a really cool Portal fan game that I should play at some point? I think someone in the YouTube chat earlier was recommending a particular Half-Life mod. But... There's been like 10 years of Portal mods and workshop stuff. Do people find that stuff cool? I don't know.
We wanted to keep the tension high in this fight, but we also realized the players would need some cover. These destructible panels satisfied both those design goals. Effectively, they're time shelters. Players can hide behind the panels, but the Strider will target them until they're destroyed. This gives the players brief periods of safety, during which they can plan their next move.
So far, this moment is more than brief. Hey, Strider, I'm over here. Whoop. Yeah! This is the start. Kill me now. Tell me there was a checkpoint, like up there or something, midway along the path. Midway. Yeah, this is midway. Oh, lovely. This is also before the explosions. Excellent. Excellent. Still got me a little bit. Where'd that fucker go? Hey! Let me shoot you. You haven't done too many mods, heard good things about Black Mesa Blue Shift? Gotcha. Yeah, there's also a number of DLCs for the original Half-Life. Like one where you played as like a guard, I think. They've done some stuff in Half-Life, in Portal. I don't know about well, TF2 is its own kettle of worms, you know? Nice, I didn't even have to kill them. That one looks like it's the end of the line. Get in that train, drive away. Can I throw... Yeah, I can throw those at M. That might help to do some damage on him. Okay, okay, okay. Now, what do I do here? Yo, ladder, ladder! Ladder right there, okay. Stop shooting me, stop shooting me.
We noticed during playtesting that players were often too afraid of the Strider's weapons to stand in front of it and fire rockets. This was kind of a problem because rockets are virtually the only way to kill a Strider. To help play...
Yeah, this is one of those situations where if the rockets didn't work like the rockets, and they're gonna say that the solution was to make sure that the guys didn't shoot while you were trying to shoot a rocket. But like, no, well, if the rockets, you could just fire them and hide behind cover, you could do that. But if you do that, the rocket's gonna be like, oh, you want to shoot your cover with your rockets, and you're gonna just destroy yourself.
We modify the Strider's AI so that a player-launched rocket will significantly delay the Strider's attack. This battle of reflexes lets players guide their missiles in safety as long as they get the shot off before the Strider does.
Honestly, could have used that improvement in Half-Life 2 original one. You know, either like the quality of life option to not fire your crap, or honestly, I think it'd be better if just like, you know, they should have made it so that you could toggle that crap off. Alt fire or whatever. Hey, it's dead. Great. That was a relatively painless fight. I'll say I think that they made the difficulty a lot more manageable in this game, or in this installment, versus the first one. We got 3 more commentary nodes here. Let's knock them out. You'd never played the original Half-Life when 2 came out? Oh, was it in the I've still never played the original Half-Life, personally. Definitely, maybe at some point. That should be on the list of, like, games I do on stream. Maybe. Parentheses. I don't know. We'll see. I remember it tutorializing well enough in Half-Life 2. I mean... Was it a tutorial? Who remembers? But if you just went into this, yeah, the guided rocket would be, you'd be confused.
The train the player rides out of City 17.
They did not reintroduce it.
Goals. They had to visually connect the end of episode 1 to the beginning of episode 2.
True.
And it also needed to address the functional gameplay requirements of the second episode. Using reference material we collected on European train cars from the 1980s, we built a basic version of the train that level designers could test. Once we got the thumbs up from them, we added textures and lots of little details.
Does look really good.
The result is basically a caboose, combined with rounder, more streamlined elements from a passenger car.
Along with vistas, positive feedback from Alex is one of our primary means of rewarding players. In this case, Alex's excitement over the Strider's destruction adds a sense of closure to the battle, and gives players the satisfaction that
I'm
someone
happy if
witnessed and
I killed it as
appreciated
well.
their heroics.
Apart from being a big visual payoff to
Last
the
commentary.
episode, there were several story requirements that this ending sequence needed to convey. It had to make it very clear that the Citadel was destroyed, that the Citadel pods had escaped, and it needed to imply that the data transmission beam was streaming out of the ruins. We discovered that Alex had to be mostly silent during the scene, or else players tended to look at her instead of all the chaos around them.
Alright, let's go. Folks, it's the ending. We're gonna have credits like shortly after that. I will give my final thoughts during credits, as I tend to do when I'm playing through games. Let's see this ending, and then I'll tell you what I thought of the last 4.5 hours or so. 4.5? Yeah, like 4.5. Goodbye, Half-Life, Goodbye, Half-Life, shit. You shouldn't have done that. That was a dumb move, helicopter. Just fly over. You can get to the train after the overpass.
Oh my god, the transmission's going out.
Where should I look? Where should I look? Yeah, we should look over there at the cool thing. We made it out of the city, just in the nick of time. Baddies are going out. Baddies which we will never fight until maybe episode 3 / Half-Life 3. They can't call it Half-Life episode 3, Half-Life 2 episode 3, right? They gotta make it a new engine. It has to be a whole new thing. Was that it? Was that the explosion? I feel like I blinked and missed it. Half-Life 2, Episode 1. Sort of an awkward middle chapter that probably it never was intended to be a middle chapter. I'll say a lot of Episode 1, I think, is marred a little bit by some experiments that didn't really work out. You know, they talk about it a lot in the commentary of like, oh, originally like half the game had Gordon, was designed around Gordon no guns. And they ended up like advancing the place where you get guns further and further forward to the point where like a lot of those ideas are just like little garnishes. And as a result, it doesn't really have as big ideas on its own as Episode 2 would. You know, Episode 2's experiments basically all worked. Hey, Trebucket, how you doing? Yeah, we're just wrapping up here. Episode 2's experiments all, like, basically worked. So, you know, I think it makes for a better Half-Life, you know. Half-Life 2, Episode 2 also has, like, the car as a big gimmick, you know. Is like an advancement of Episode, hey, thanks for the sub, by the way, Trebucket. I love that. Appreciate the hell out of it. Let's go. Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2, Episode 2 really dials it in more with, like, something that's better than the base game, you know? Something that's better than the base game, something that, like, is more exciting, more advanced, whereas this sort of had some ideas and had to give up on half of them, and I do think it shows. The Citadel is cool, the City 17 in Ruins is cool, but you can't help but think, like, if this was a modern game, right? One thing I'll say is that this whole segment, like, in a modern Half-Life 3, let's say, might be compactable to, like, 2 hours, right? Like, you'd have one part where you escaped the Citadel, go into the Citadel, 1 hour, right to the core, bing, bang, boom, jump around the core, you're done, get out of there. You know, then you would just directly jump into City 17 action, bang, 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 you know, and you're out of there, you know, and then off to Act 2 of the game, you know. I do think that this whole episode is basically a single act of a larger game, and that does make it feel weird by comparison, you know. It's not like a 6-hour game, right? Insofar as it doesn't have a complete arc. It's like the first third of a 20-hour game, and as a result, as a standalone experience, it doesn't have the most exciting ending. It doesn't have, like, the most exciting beginning. It is fun and good and full of, like, the best possible design they could manage, but you can't help but think in a modern sense, like, you know, this is very much just a third of a game, not like a bite-sized experience, which I feel like more these days we'd be more expecting, right? You'd be expecting, like, oh yeah, no, this should be like an 8-hour campaign, not a 20-hour campaign, but like an 8-hour campaign that, like, has as much variety as Half-Life 2 original did. It's not that. It has, like, a third of the variety, and perhaps even, like, not anything that really rises above, specifically. Not anything that really impresses, specifically. They originally wanted to have one every 6 months. Was that the delay between episodes 1 and 2? That's amazing, if so. But yeah, no, episode 3 just never happened. What was their plan if it did happen? Like, would they have, like, put out a 360 version of it, like, standalone, outside of the orange box? After paying, like, $60 for all 5 of the games on the orange box, I would feel a little bit, out of sorts to get, like, one that was just a single entry. This game's real good, I'll say. I had a good time playing it. I think it is a good length, and, like, honestly, in retrospect, I do think they improved some things about, like, difficulty. We did not have a hard time playing it. We did not have a hard time completing it. There were no, like, real hard stop, big moments where I just was like, like with the original Half-Life 2. Definitely some in Half-Life 2. I do think there are good things that I will laud them for, but overall, I do think it's the weakest between of the 3 Half-Life 2 products. I don't know if no one would disagree with that, right? Definitely the most just feels like an awkward stepchild. It definitely feels like, if I have one other thing to say, is that, like, probably originally when they did this, they probably thought, like, okay, we're making this game, it might be a full game. This might be, like, just the first act. And then when they decided to release it as standalone, I don't know, you know, they didn't say anything about, like, initial plans to go full whole game, you know, or if it started out that way or what, but it does have the feel of just, like, a first act. And as a result, it can't be as punchy as Act 2 and Act 3. Who damn knows? I think that's gonna do it for tonight. Let me go ahead and become big. They were very ambitious when they said they were doing it, but they were a year apart between the 2 episodes they did. Gotcha. Makes sense, yeah. And then the first episode was like 2017, right? Sorry, 2007. That's like when it first came out, right? 2004 was the first Half-Life 2. So probably like 2006, 2007. Yeah, that's honestly, that's a pretty good turnaround there for this. I'll say I like this a lot. I had fun, and it was interesting to do this again. I'll say we will be doing... Folks, let me make myself big and also start talking a little bit about the calendar, about the schedule. Now, here's the calendar where it stands right now. Let me say, I think after tonight, and it taking like 5 hours to do episode 1, with how episode 2 is longer, I don't think I want to do that on a work night. I think I want to delay it to like either late December, where the Link to the Past randomizer and the Paper Mario 1000-Year Door randomizers are, or I want to delay it to January. I'm sort of undecided as of yet. Let's see if Half-Life 3 gets announced in the next week, and if it does, we'll do it fast. We'll do it before the end of the year. If not, January's fine. We can do it in January. I think that'd be good. I think I have President's Day off. We can do it on that day. President's Day, I'm not sure which day it is, but I'm pretty sure there's a holiday in January I can schedule around it. So yeah, let's punt on episode 2 for now. This was fun for tonight. I'm probably going to move the Splitgate 3 stream up to Splitgate 3 launch day, so that'll be on the Wednesday rather than the Thursday. And other than that, the schedule should be pretty much unchanged. Look for viewer levels on Friday. Look for Super Metroid Randomizer on Sunday. I realized since the last stream I started setting up Super Metroid Randomizer, I realized 1, there's not one randomizer, and 2, there's like a bunch. I decided on the Varia Randomizer, which is an item randomizer that has like a bunch of quality of life stuff and like alternate skins and stuff. I'm going to be playing as Dark Samus, and I think that sounds pretty cool. I think that sounds pretty fun. Look for that on Sunday. There's a lot of streams coming up in this whole month of streams. Jeez, you got the Game of the Year stuff, you got the Splitgate, bunch of stuff. Pull up the schedule that also says all those same things. Well, folks, like I said, I'm gonna change up the plans here. I'm gonna punt on episode 3 or episode 2. Half-Life 2, episode 2 for now. We will see when in the near future. Let me just like do some quick adjustments. Yes, okay. So, gonna punt on that. We'll just get rid of that real fast. And let's make that Wednesday. On the 17th. That is the launch day of Splitgate 3, aka Arena Reloaded. Those are the next couple streams. Super Metroid Randomizer, Splitgate 3, Game of the Year stuff, Prep, Revisit streams, coming. Yeah, that's all the detail we need on that for now. Perfect. This is the schedule then. I will modify the image off stream and stuff before the next stream, post it to places that I post all these things. Okay, I think we have a plan for the next couple weeks here. December is looking pretty good. If they release Half-Life 2 episode Half-Life 3 or Half-Life 2 episode 2 in the next week, like Shadow Drop, I don't know what I'll do. We'll have to replan. We'll have to figure shit out. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I say hopefully it doesn't happen. It'd be good, I guess. It'd be good for people. I'm betting on next year anyway, so we shouldn't have to worry. Folks, thanks for coming by, hanging out, watching some Half-Life 2. Let me send folks out on a raid. Let me send the Twitch people out on a raid. It's been fun. I like Half-Life 2 a lot. I like Half-Life 2 Episode 1 a lot. And I'm looking forward to doing Half-Life 2 Episode 2 in good time. Who's streaming right now? Who's streaming right now who I can send you to? I'm looking at the people I'm following. Trebucket, you have anyone that you'd like us to send us? You'd like me to send you to? Fauntleroy, either or. You know, you got a joint decision. You can make it right now. Hang on, I do see Neptune Neon is doing multi-world randomizer. Metroid Dread. I do like me Metroid Dread. I do like me Metroid Dread randomizer. Sort of the same thing that I'm doing this month. with like multiple, you know, I'm doing multiple Super Metroid randomizers or multiple Metroid randomizers. Did Metroid Prime 2 randomizer on Sunday. Let's send you there to Neptune Neon. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Bedtime for you, Fauntleroy. I gotta post the VOD. I gotta do the stuff, but yeah, it's getting late. It's like 11. I stay up late way too often, more regularly. Okay, folks, thanks for coming by. I will see y'all on Friday for viewer levels, Sunday for Super Metroid Randomizer, and Wednesday after that for Splitgate. Not tomorrow, Wednesday after next Wednesday for Splitgate 3, which is really called Splitgate Arena Reloaded, a reboot of Splitgate that took all the stuff that everyone didn't like out of Splitgate 2 and another attempt at that. Sounds good. I want to play that. I want to try that. I want to do that. Game of the Year prep stream will be coming down the line soon. Give your love to the VOD. Give your love to the YouTube shorts if you please, if you like to short form stuff. Take it easy. I'll see ya on Friday. Good night, y'all.